Hey everyone, glad you're here. Take a breath and let the world pause for a moment. You don't have to rush, you don't have to think ahead. Just let yourself be carried by the sound of my voice. Loosen your jaw, let your shoulders drop, and give your heartbeat permission to slow down. Close your eyes if you want, or just let your mind drift wherever it wants to go. This is your space to detach from the noise and slide into something quieter. No pressure, no judgment, just you, the moment, and the slow unraveling of everything heavy. Before the United States had a blueprint, a flag of stars, or even the confidence to believe it could stand on its own, the idea of leadership was still being shaped in the hands of revolutionaries. George Washington did not begin as a president, a myth, or the marble figure we place on pedestals. He began as a young Virginian surveyor with ambition, uncertainty, and a quiet appetite for proving himself in a world ruled by kings. His rise to prominence wasn't predestined. It was forged through missteps, military gambles, and a reputation built on resolve rather than ego. Long before anyone spoke the words "Commander-in-Chief," the colonies were still grasping for an identity beyond British rule, and Washington was learning how to navigate a world where loyalty, survival, and power were constantly at odds. As tension between Britain and the colonies grew, Washington emerged as a central figure not because he desperately sought control, but because others trusted the steadiness he carried into every room. He was not a gifted orator, nor was he a flamboyant revolutionary like some of his contemporaries, yet he possessed something far rarer in political movements: restraint. During the French and Indian War, he gained experience that shaped his understanding of command, diplomacy, and failure. Those early years taught him that leadership wasn't about shouting the loudest. It was about being unshakable when the world trembled. His presence became synonymous with reliability, and as the dream of independence smoldered in the hearts of colonists, people instinctively looked his way. The American Revolution did not make George Washington a hero. It revealed that he was already one. When the Continental Congress appointed him commander of the Continental Army in 1775, the colonies were disorganized, underfunded, and overmatched by one of the strongest military forces in the world. Yet Washington accepted the burden without illusion. He knew that leading a rebellion was less about brilliant victories and more about endurance. During the darkest winters, when hunger and disease tore through camps, his men followed not because of hope in victory, but faith in their leader. Washington embodied a promise that he would not abandon the cause, even when the outcome was drenched in uncertainty. The turning points of the revolution weren't always glorious charges. Sometimes they were silent stands against despair. Washington's crossing of the Delaware in 1776 has been painted as an act of cinematic bravery, but it was also a desperate move by a man who understood that momentum in war is emotional as much as strategic. His triumph at Yorktown wasn't merely a battlefield win, it was proof that persistence could outmaneuver an empire. When the war ended and independence was more than ink and signatures, Washington did something few men with power would do. He stepped away. He resigned his military commission and returned to Mount Vernon, shocking the world with his refusal to transform victory into dictatorship. That act of walking away from authority planted the seeds of American democracy deeper than any speech could. The idea that leaders should serve rather than reign became part of the nation's DNA because Washington modeled it before the Constitution even existed. When the Articles of Confederation began to crumble under the weight of mismanagement and economic chaos, the young nation found itself in need of another kind of leadership, civil, not military. Washington had tried to retire from public life, but history has a way of calling back the few people it truly needs. The Constitutional Convention in 1787 was fraught with ideological clashes and fragile compromise, but Washington's presence at the head of the Assembly offered something essential: legitimacy. By the time the Constitution was ratified and the United States took its first breath as a federal republic, there was no serious debate about who should lead it. The title of President of the United States had never existed before, and yet it felt as though the role had been carved with Washington in mind. He didn't campaign, didn't give speeches, and didn't barter for votes. He was unanimously elected because trust is a currency stronger than any promise. In 1789, he took the oath of office in New York City, standing at the edge of an experiment the world doubted could last. The presidency wasn't yet defined. The powers were not fully tested, and the boundaries were fragile. Every move he made had the weight of precedent. Washington understood that the first president would either anchor the republic or doom it. He built the office with patience and dignity, refusing royal titles and insisting on being addressed simply as Mr. President. He surrounded himself with minds like Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson, even when they disagreed with him and each other. His cabinet became not a circle of loyal friends, but a council of ideas, a template for executive governance that still exists. The young United States faced internal division, foreign pressure, and economic fragility. Washington navigated disputes like the Whiskey Rebellion with firmness but without tyranny, proving that federal authority could exist without crushing the people beneath it. When international tensions threatened to drag the country into another war, he chose neutrality over glory, prioritizing national stability over alliance or revenge. His leadership didn't roar, it resonated. It gave the presidency a foundation built on caution, accountability, and restraint rather than conquest. What makes George Washington more than a historical figure carved from stone is the fact that he knew when to leave. After 2 terms, he refused a third, even as others urged him to remain. He could have ruled for life, and no one would have stopped him. Instead, he stepped down, proving again that the presidency was not a throne, but a trust. His farewell address warned against political factions, foreign entanglements, and the corrosion of national unity. Those words echo long after his voice faded, a guidepost for generations that followed. As the first president, Washington did not have a legacy to follow. He created one. Every executive decision, every restraint, every precedent he established became part of a living template for leadership in America. The office he shaped was not meant to be held by kings, but by citizens willing to carry the weight of a nation without letting it crown them. His story is not just about beginnings. It's about defining what power should look like in a country built on the idea that no one man should ever own it. George Washington never imagined himself as a symbol, but history rarely asks permission before carving someone into legend. Even during his presidency, people were already mythologizing him. Portraits, pamphlets, poems, and whispered stories began circulating that painted him as larger than life, a man stitched from virtue and marble. Yet those closest to him knew a quieter truth. Washington often felt the weight of every flaw, every uncertainty, every decision that could fracture a fragile government. His legacy was not born from an absence of doubt, but from his refusal to let doubt command him. His time in office was a series of tests without precedent. There were no guidebooks, no old administrations to imitate, and no roadmap for how a leader of a democratic republic should act. Washington invented the office with every choice he made. Establishing the first presidential cabinet wasn't just a decision. It was an institution in the making. Selecting Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury and Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State placed 2 brilliant but combative minds in the same space, setting the stage for ideological battles that would shape the country's political system for centuries. Washington didn't silence their division. He used it to create balance. The economy of the newborn United States was a mess: war debt, fractured currencies, and mistrust between states threatened to drag the country into collapse before it even matured. Hamilton crafted a financial plan designed to unify debts, establish national credit, and strengthen federal authority. Washington backed him, knowing that the survival of the Republic depended on fiscal structure rather than hope. Jefferson, wary of central power, disagreed, and their conflict laid the foundation for America's first political factions. What could have shattered the country instead became a model for how dissent could exist without destroying democracy. Foreign affairs posed another trial. The French Revolution ignited global tension, and many Americans believed the United States owed France support in its war against Britain. Washington saw the danger in tying the young nation to another conflict. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 angered both citizens and foreign envoys, but it preserved American independence at a time when one wrong alliance could have erased it. He was not swayed by popularity or fear, only by what would keep the Republic alive. His greatest challenges weren't always international. The Whiskey Rebellion of 1794 tested the strength of federal law in a way that could have spiraled into chaos. Farmers in western Pennsylvania revolted against a federal tax on distilled spirits, threatening violence and defiance. Instead of responding with vengeance or negligence, Washington gathered a militia force and personally rode out to enforce order. The rebellion collapsed without bloodshed. His actions made one thing unmistakably clear. Federal authority was not theoretical, and resistance would not be allowed to paralyze the government. Even as Washington acted with resolve, he remained conscious of the example he was setting. He refused lavish titles, dismissing suggestions of being called His Highness or anything resembling royalty. His refusal to appear king-like wasn't modesty, it was a deliberate shaping of American identity. The presidency would not be a throne. It would be a responsibility, bound by restraint and law rather than personal ambition. Washington's second term was more turbulent than his first. Political divisions deepened, newspapers attacked his decisions, and partisanship began to carve lines through the public psyche. He saw clearly the dangers of factions, not as mere disagreements, but as forces that could fracture national unity. His farewell address, written with the help of Hamilton, was not just a closing statement, it was a warning to the future. He cautioned against entangling foreign alliances, against parties that placed loyalty above country, and against the erosion of national identity. When he announced that he would step down after 2 terms, the world watched in disbelief. Kings died in office. Emperors clung to power until overthrown. But Washington chose to walk away while still admired, proving that leadership was not ownership. His departure established the unspoken 2-term tradition that would last until Franklin D. Roosevelt and later become law. He retired to Mount Vernon, hoping for peace after decades of service. But even in retirement, the country leaned on him. When President John Adams feared war with France during the Quasi-War, Washington was asked to lead the Provisional Army. He accepted the title, but allowed others to command on the ground, understanding that his role was symbolic more than strategic. His sense of duty remained intact until his final breath. In December 1799, a throat infection ended Washington's life. The news spread across the states like a cold wind, and even former enemies paused their quarrels to honor him. Tributes poured in from around the world. Napoleon ordered 10 days of mourning in France. Congress declared him first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. But Washington did not need statues or memorials to secure his place in history. His greatest monument was the presidency itself. His influence didn't vanish with his death. Every president who followed would step into an office shaped by his hands. His belief in civilian leadership constitutional boundaries, and the peaceful transfer of power became the framework of the American executive branch. Without Washington, the presidency might have twisted into tyranny or dissolved into irrelevance. As the nation moved forward, his absence created a space for new voices, new conflicts, and evolving interpretations of the Constitution he helped bring to life. The lives and presidencies that followed would be marked by upheaval, debate, ambition, and transformation. But they would all trace their lineage back to the man who set the first example. George Washington's story is more than the beginning of the presidency. It is the compass by which every future leader would be measured. His restraint, courage, and refusal to cling to power created a standard that others would try to honor, challenge, or reinvent. With his chapter closing, the nation turned to the next figure destined to shape its path, a man of intellect, temper, and principle, John Adams. And with that transition, the idea of America stepped from infancy into the uneasy steps of adolescence. When George Washington stepped away from the presidency, the nation was left with an impossible standard to follow. The office he had shaped was still young, and the world waited to see whether the United States could withstand leadership that was not draped in unanimous reverence. Into that shadow stepped John Adams, a man of intellect, sharp edges, and fierce convictions. He was not carved from the quiet nobility that defined Washington. His fire was more visible, his voice less soft, his pride more apparent. Yet Adams was there at the birth of the nation's ideas, long before titles and offices existed. He was one of independence's loudest architects, and his mind had helped construct the philosophical foundation of the United States. Adams had been Washington's vice president for 2 terms, a role he privately resented for its lack of purpose and dignity. He once referred to the vice presidency as the most insignificant office that ever the invention of man contrived. Still, when Washington declined a 3rd term, Adams was the natural successor in experience and seniority. The election of 1796 became the first real test of democratic transfer of power in American history. There were no parties in the modern sense, but factions had already formed around differing visions for the country. Adams, associated with the Federalists, narrowly defeated Thomas Jefferson, who was aligned with the emerging Democratic Republican faction. In a twist of constitutional design, Jefferson, as runner-up, became Adams's vice president. 2 men with clashing ideologies were now bound to lead a country still in political infancy. John Adams entered office in 1797 with a world on edge. International tension was rising, especially with France. The French government, angered by the United States' neutrality and its treaty with Britain, began seizing American merchant ships. Diplomacy fractured when French agents demanded bribes from American envoys just to begin negotiations, an insult that erupted into the infamous XYZ affair. Public outrage swept the United States, and cries for war echoed through newspapers and taverns. Adams, unlike many of his party members, resisted the impulse to declare open conflict. He raised and prepared the military for defense, but pursued peace with a stubborn resolve. This restraint, though unpopular with many Federalists, ultimately prevented a potentially disastrous war with France. At home, Adams faced his greatest controversy. With partisan newspapers attacking him and political opponents gaining ground, he signed the Alien and Sedition Acts in 1798. These laws expanded government power to detain foreign nationals and made it a crime to publish criticism of the federal administration. Federalists argued they were necessary for national security, but many saw them as an attack on free expression. The acts damaged Adams's reputation and fueled the political rise of his rivals. Jefferson and James Madison secretly authored the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions, arguing that states could challenge unconstitutional federal laws. The battle lines of American politics were becoming clearer and more dangerous. Despite fierce criticism and political isolation, Adams achieved a victory that would outlive him. In 1799, he sent a new peace mission to France, defying his own cabinet and many in Congress. The Convention of 1800 ended hostilities and restored stability. Yet Adams paid the political price. His refusal to pursue war cost him Federalist support, while the Sedition Acts alienated others. In the election of 1800, a bitter and transformative contest, he lost to Thomas Jefferson. But the transition of power between rival factions happened peacefully, setting a precedent that would echo through American democracy. Adams left Washington after a single term, returning to Massachusetts with a complicated legacy, one marked by principle, missteps, and quiet success. As Adams stepped off the stage, Thomas Jefferson stepped back onto it, not as an agitator for independence, but as the third president of the United States. Jefferson was a contradiction made human, a writer of liberty who owned slaves, a statesman who preferred isolation, an intellectual who distrusted centralized power. Yet his influence was undeniable. He had drafted the Declaration of Independence, served as minister to France, served as Secretary of State under Washington, and organized an oppositional voice against Federalist control. Jefferson viewed his election in 1800, which he called the Revolution of 1800, as a peaceful correction of national direction. Unlike Adams, who believed in strong federal authority, Jefferson favored limited government and greater power for states and individuals. He rejected pomp and ceremony, riding to his inauguration on horseback rather than in a carriage. He greeted guests in simple clothing, breaking from European-style formality. These choices weren't just personal, they were political theater designed to reshape the identity of the presidency. His administration began with major decisions that reflected his philosophy. He reduced military spending, cut taxes, and attempted to dismantle elements of centralized power built during Washington's and Adams's presidencies. Yet Jefferson was not so rigid in ideology that he refused practicality. In 1803, he made the Louisiana Purchase, acquiring vast western territory from France and doubling the size of the United States. The Constitution did not explicitly authorize such an act, but Jefferson saw the opportunity as too monumental to miss. Expanding the nation offered future generations land, security, and economic possibility. It also raised questions about governance, slavery, and the balance of power. Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition to explore the new territory, pushing American presence beyond the Mississippi River. This era of exploration deepened the identity of the nation as something still unfolding, not fixed or finite. But his presidency was not without strain. International tensions, especially with Britain and France, threatened American trade. Jefferson attempted to avoid war by implementing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting U.S. exports. The decision backfired, crippling American merchants and damaging the economy. Critics accused him of harming the very citizens he claimed to protect. Still, Jefferson remained a symbol of Republican ideals, even when his policies faltered. His second term faded in popularity, but his ideological impact endured. He declined a third term and retired to Monticello, leaving the presidency to his chosen successor and ally, James Madison. The transition marked another moment of peaceful power exchange, reinforcing the democratic framework that had taken shape under Washington and Adams. George Washington's presidency set precedents that would guide the nation, but the transfer of leadership to John Adams marked the true test of whether the American experiment could survive without collapsing into chaos or monarchy. Adams, a brilliant but blunt New England lawyer, had long been Washington's vice president, a role he famously called the most insignificant office ever contrived. Yet when he took the oath in 1797, he inherited a country still fragile, divided by ideology, and dangerously tangled in global conflict. France and Britain were at war, and both expected the United States to pick a side. Washington had chosen neutrality, but France saw that as betrayal. Adams walked into the presidency with storms already brewing. He was not a man built for charm. Where Washington's silence created mystique, Adams's honesty frequently created enemies. He was intelligent, principled, and fiercely patriotic, but his personality rubbed many the wrong way, especially those aligned with Thomas Jefferson and the rising Democratic-Republican Party. Adams was a Federalist through and through, believing in a strong central government and a stable financial system. His critics painted him as a monarchist in disguise, too eager to centralize authority. He, in turn, viewed their passion for France and state power as naive and dangerous. Almost immediately, tensions with France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War. French ships began seizing American vessels, outraged that the US had signed a treaty with Britain. Adams sent diplomats to repair relations, but they were met with demands for bribes by French intermediaries, an insult that exploded into public fury when exposed in the infamous XYZ affair. Many in Congress and the public demanded full-scale war, but Adams hesitated. He believed war would shatter the young nation and empty its treasury. Instead, he strengthened the Navy, built new frigates, and prepared for defense without committing to invasion. This kept America intact, but it cost him politically. Federalists who wanted a show of force saw him as weak, while Democratic Republicans accused him of militarizing the Republic. The situation worsened with the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798, which were passed by his Federalist allies supposedly to protect national security. These laws extended the residency requirement for citizenship, gave the president power to detain or deport foreigners, and, most controversially, criminalized speech critical of the government. While Adams did not write the laws himself, he signed them, believing they would preserve order during a volatile moment. Instead, they were seen as tyrannical, trampling free speech and targeting immigrants who tended to support Jefferson. Newspapers were fined, editors jailed, and outrage spread. Jefferson and James Madison responded with the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions, arguing that states could nullify unconstitutional federal laws, a dangerous concept that would echo decades later in the march toward the Civil War. Adams's greatest moment came quietly and without fanfare. He sent a second peace delegation to France despite opposition from his own party. By 1800, diplomacy succeeded, tensions cooled, and war was averted. He called it one of his proudest decisions, though he knew it might cost him re-election. His greatest enemy, though, was not France or Jefferson, but fellow Federalist Alexander Hamilton, who schemed behind the scenes to replace him. When election season came, the nation was fractured, and for the first time, power hung precariously between rival factions. The election of 1800 between Adams and Jefferson was fierce, bitter, and unprecedented. There were no campaign rallies or public speeches. Candidates let surrogates and newspapers do the fighting. Adams was portrayed as a would-be king obsessed with control, while Jefferson was accused of being an atheist who would unleash anarchy and bloodshed like the French Revolution. In the end, Adams lost, finishing third behind Jefferson and Aaron Burr, who tied in electoral votes. The tie triggered chaos in the House of Representatives, forcing a decision after 36 ballots. Only then did Jefferson emerge as president, Burr as vice president. What Adams did next defined the soul of the Republic. He accepted defeat and left Washington before dawn, quietly and without spectacle. No bloodshed, no coup, no refusal to step down. Just the first peaceful transfer of power between rival political parties in modern history. That act alone fortified the foundation of American democracy. Thomas Jefferson entered office in 1801 with a vision radically different from Adams's. A Virginian aristocrat who championed liberty and limited government, he dressed plainly, greeted guests without ceremony, and presented himself as a man of the people. Yet beneath his calm demeanor was a strategist who understood power. He immediately set out to unwind Federalist influence, cutting military spending, reducing taxes, and allowing the Alien and Sedition Act prosecutions to expire or be pardoned. To his supporters, this was the restoration of Republican virtue. To his critics, it was an ideological purge wrapped in elegance. Jefferson's presidency, however, would soon be defined by a bold stroke that contradicted his own principles. The United States was growing, but control of the Mississippi River and the port of New Orleans, vital for trade and expansion, remained in foreign hands. When Spain transferred the Louisiana Territory back to France under Napoleon, Jefferson feared the rise of a continental empire on America's doorstep. In 1803, in a move both unexpected and transformative, he authorized negotiations that led to the Louisiana Purchase. 828,000 square miles of land for $15 million, doubling the size of the nation overnight. It was a staggering achievement, and an ironic one. The Constitution made no clear allowance for acquiring foreign territory, and Jefferson, a strict interpreter, wrestled with the legality of his own actions. But the opportunity was too monumental to ignore. The country now stretched from the Atlantic to the Rocky Mountains, and the seeds of westward expansion were planted. To explore this vast new territory, Jefferson commissioned the Corps of Discovery, led by Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their expedition charted rivers, mapped unknown lands, made contact with indigenous nations, and proved that the dream of reaching the Pacific was real. For Jefferson, this was both science and strategy. He imagined America not as a cluster of coastal states, but as an empire of liberty, spreading influence and ideals across a continent. Yet the Jefferson era was not without shadow. While he spoke of freedom and equality, he enslaved hundreds at Monticello, and the expansion he celebrated brought new conflicts with indigenous peoples whose lands were absorbed without consent. His economic experiments, like the 1807 Embargo Act, which halted trade to pressure Britain and France, strangled American merchants and sparked backlash. Still, his presidency reshaped the nation's identity and potential. As his second term ended, Jefferson chose not to seek a third, honoring the precedent set by Washington. He stepped aside in 1809, leaving behind a country larger, more confident, and heading toward new trials under James Madison. The Republic survived its first transfer of power and its first major ideological clash. The stage was set for expansion, conflict, and reinvention, because the presidency had proven not just survivable, but adaptable. James Madison stepped into the presidency carrying the weight of promises made by the generation that came before him. He wasn't born to be a soldier or a firebrand, but the country he inherited didn't care about temperament. The War of 1812 crashed into his presidency like a storm no one was prepared to outrun. The United States was still a young experiment, and Britain treated it like a rebellious apprentice that needed taming. Madison didn't bark orders or rattle sabers the way later presidents might. He was reserved, methodical, a man who preferred quill and parchment to cannon and smoke. Yet the war arrived anyway, testing not only his leadership but the nation's ability to hold its identity together. Washington, D.C. was burned during his tenure, a moment that could have shattered whatever pride America held. The sight of the Capitol in flames should have been a death blow to morale. But instead, it became proof that the country could take a hit and keep breathing. Madison didn't posture or pretend the disaster didn't matter. He simply kept going, and the people followed that quiet resilience. When the war ended in something that felt like a draw, but felt emotionally like a victory, nationalism rose in a way the founders could never have fully predicted. The country was bruised, but it was still standing, and that counted more than any military record. Madison was more than a wartime president. He was the last of the founding fathers to lead the nation, and the Constitution he helped craft became the map everyone else would follow. His belief in checks and balances wasn't theoretical anymore. It was lived experience. He watched the system bend under the weight of conflict, but not break. That endurance would become part of the national identity. It didn't matter that he wasn't the loudest voice in the room. He was the one who quietly ensured the room still existed. When his presidency came to an end, he didn't cling to power or demand applause. He returned to Montpellier with a sense of closure that only comes from surviving what could have been permanent undoing. The torch passed to James Monroe, a man who stepped into office not with panic, but with confidence, born of surviving revolution, diplomacy, and the slow shaping of a country trying to figure out what adulthood looked like. Monroe's presidency felt different from those before him. Less panic, more posture. The nation was calmer, wealthier, and reaching outward. What later generations would call the era of good feelings wasn't based on utopia. It was simply a break from constant internal fighting. One dominant political party remained after the Federalists crumbled, and with that came a strange sense of unity. Monroe wasn't flashy or radical. He was steady, observant, and aware that peace doesn't mean the absence of danger. It means preparing for it before someone else calls your bluff. Then came the Monroe Doctrine, not as a shout of arrogance, but as a firm declaration that the Western Hemisphere wasn't up for foreign experimentation. European empires had played chess with continents for centuries, and the US had learned enough to stop being just another pawn. Monroe didn't build an empire, he drew a line. The doctrine wasn't enforced with military might so much as intention and timing, bolstered quietly by British naval power that had its own interests in keeping other nations from interfering in the Americas. Still, the statement mattered. It said the US wasn't a spectator anymore. His presidency also stretched the country's literal shape. The Missouri Compromise patched over growing fractures about slavery without healing any of them. It drew a line across the continent, a temporary fix for an argument that would eventually explode. Monroe probably knew the peace was borrowed time, but he also knew leaders don't always get to solve problems. They sometimes just hold them back long enough for others to try. Exploration and expansion marked the era too. The idea of manifest destiny was still a whisper, but the hunger to spread west was becoming the heartbeat of national ambition. New states were forming, borders were stretching, and the notion of coastline to coastline wasn't a dream so much as a direction. Monroe didn't push aggressively. He simply stayed out of the way enough for the country to keep moving. By the end of his presidency, America was no longer the uncertain creature it had been under Washington and Adams. It was louder, more self-assured, and beginning to understand its own taste for power. Monroe stepped away quietly, another revolutionary soldier turned statesman who left without scandal or desperation. He didn't crave legacy. He watched it quietly write itself behind him. As his era ended, something else was building beneath the surface. A shift in tone, in politics, in the way leaders would carry themselves. The presidents who followed weren't born from revolution or constitution writing. The next wave didn't inherit the title of founder. They inherited the consequences. The country was growing too fast to be ruled by memory alone. The next chapter wouldn't be about survival. It would be about identity, conflict, and who truly held the right to steer a nation that was starting to believe it was unstoppable. John Quincy Adams didn't walk into the White House so much as he threaded his way through one of the most tangled elections in early American history. He was the son of a president, a diplomat since adolescence, and one of the sharpest political minds of his age. But none of that spared him from the chaos of 1824. 4 candidates tore the vote apart. Nobody won the electoral majority, and the decision landed in the House of Representatives like a live grenade. When Henry Clay threw his influence behind Adams, and Adams later made him Secretary of State, Andrew Jackson's supporters declared it a corrupt bargain. Whether it was or not didn't matter. Perception wrote the headline, and the headline stuck. Adams governed like a man trying to build the future before the country figured out how to handle the present. He envisioned universities, observatories, and a network of roads and canals that would knit the expanding states together. He wanted a country that invested in its people the way other nations invested in monarchies and navies. He believed government could spark innovation rather than just react to crisis. But he didn't speak to crowds the way Jackson could. Adams was intellect with little theatre, logic without performance. His brilliance didn't translate into votes, and the public mood was shifting away from elite polish and toward rugged populism. He was a president ahead of his time, and America wasn't interested in chasing him. His single term ended not in disgrace, but in exhaustion. The country didn't hate him. They simply preferred the louder voice promising something different. When he lost to Jackson in 1828, Adams didn't retreat into private life with bitterness. He went to Congress, becoming one of the few presidents to serve again after the presidency. There, he fought slavery and defended the right to speak against it, even when the House tried to silence debate. He may not have won over the voters as president, but history remembered the spine he showed when power was no longer his to wield. Andrew Jackson came in like a storm front, loud, unfiltered, and admired by people who felt ignored by the polished class that had ruled before him. He was the first president who truly claimed to speak for the common man, though that definition conveniently excluded Native Americans, enslaved people, and many free black citizens. Jackson was a war hero, the man of New Orleans, a figure carved from conflict who understood popularity as power. His supporters didn't just vote for him. They rallied like they were reclaiming something. He brought in the era of Jacksonian democracy, expanding political participation for white men while slamming shut other avenues of equality. He took a sledgehammer to the notion that politics belonged to elites. The spoils system thrived under him. If you supported Jackson, you got a job. If you didn't, someone else took your place. Critics called it corruption, but his followers called it representation. Jackson believed he was the people, and the people were him. His presidency had battles that echoed far beyond his own lifetime. When South Carolina tried to nullify federal tariffs threatening disunion, Jackson didn't blink. He warned them with a combination of force and negotiation, making it clear that the Union wasn't optional. He wrapped himself in the flag, not as decoration, but as warning. He also dismantled the Second Bank of the United States, not because it was failing, but because he saw it as a den of privilege that served the wealthy over the workers. His veto didn't just block a law, it reshaped the role of presidential power forever. But his legacy holds shadows that never fade. The Indian Removal Act, signed under his administration, forced tens of thousands of Native Americans from their ancestral land in what would become the Trail of Tears. Jackson didn't see it as cruelty. He saw it as policy. Expansion won over empathy, and the nation followed his lead with little hesitation. Jackson was complicated, forceful, and relentless. He believed in the strength of the Union, but not in the universality of its promises. He shaped the presidency into something more direct, more forceful, and more populist than ever before. Admirers called him a champion of democracy. Opponents saw him as a borderline tyrant. Both were right in different ways. When he left office, he didn't vanish into obscurity. He stayed a looming figure, a presence felt across elections and policies that followed. The men who came after him would either define themselves by his example or in opposition to it. He didn't just lead, he redrew the landscape. From the idealistic engineering of John Quincy Adams to the thunderous populism of Andrew Jackson, the presidency shifted from cerebral design to raw connection. The country was no longer just a republic of thinkers and founders, it was becoming a nation of voices, conflict, ambition, and expansion that refused to slow down. Martin Van Buren didn't just inherit the presidency, he inherited the political machine that helped build it. A master strategist and architect of party organization, he was one of the key figures behind Jackson's rise and the Democratic Party's identity. But campaigning from the engine room is easier than steering the whole ship. When Van Buren took office in 1837, the economy collapsed almost immediately. The panic of 1837 hit like a falling building. Banks failed, businesses folded, unemployment spread, and people who once cheered Jacksonian democracy started blaming its heir. Van Buren didn't cause the crisis, but he carried the blame because that's what happens when the applause stops and the bills come due. He believed in limited government and resisted the idea of federal bailouts or national banking rescues. His independent treasury system was meant to stabilize things long-term, but long-term fixes mean little to people who can't feed their families in the present. The press mocked him as Martin Van Ruin, a president too refined in manners and too calm in crisis for a public that wanted action, or at least anger. He didn't rant, didn't rage, and didn't change course. Stability was his goal, not drama, but political survival doesn't always reward restraint. In foreign affairs, he managed to avoid war with Britain during the Canadian border tensions, proving he could keep peace where others might escalate. Yet his presidency never escaped the shadow of economic disaster. When he ran for re-election in 1840, his opponents didn't have to defeat his record, they just had to point at it. The Whigs didn't just oppose him, they built a spectacle to replace him. William Henry Harrison became the candidate of log cabins and hard cider, even though he was from a wealthy Virginia family. The campaign rebranded him as a rugged frontier hero, soldier of Tippecanoe and man of the people. It was one of the first truly modern political marketing efforts, painting Harrison as the antithesis of Van Buren's supposed elitism. The rallies were enormous, the slogans catchy, and the energy overwhelming. Harrison crushed Van Buren at the polls, but Harrison's presidency became the shortest in American history. He delivered a marathon inaugural address in the cold without proper attire, caught pneumonia, and died just 31 days after taking office. The country, which had elected him in a whirlwind of excitement, suddenly faced an unprecedented question. What happens when a president dies in office? Enter John Tyler, the vice president no one expected to actually govern. He had been added to the ticket to balance it geographically and politically, not to lead. When Harrison died, Tyler asserted that he was not acting president or a placeholder, he was the president. Some in Congress balked, insisting the Constitution didn't clearly allow for such a transfer of full power. Tyler ignored them. His decisive claim established the precedent for presidential succession that would last until it was formally codified more than a century later. But if he secured his title, he quickly lost his party. Tyler wasn't truly a Whig in ideology. He was a states' rights Virginian who clashed with the very people who had helped put him in office. When he vetoed bills to re-establish a national bank, his entire cabinet, except Secretary of State Daniel Webster, resigned in protest. His own party expelled him, leaving him president without a political home. Despite the political chaos, he scored a major accomplishment: the annexation of Texas. It was controversial, divisive, and tied directly to the expansion of slavery. but Tyler pushed it through at the twilight of his term, handing the next administration a country on the edge of expansion and conflict. Tyler left office disliked by many and claimed by no party, but his presidency reshaped executive authority and succession. He proved that a vice president could step fully into the role rather than serve as a caretaker. He governed with defiance instead of popularity, and history eventually took him more seriously than his contemporaries did. From Van Buren's drowned optimism to Harrison's brief flame and Tyler's unexpected assertion of power, this chapter of presidential history wasn't smooth. It was unstable, improvised, and defining in ways no one planned. The nation wasn't just evolving in its policies, it was being tested in structure, identity, and leadership under pressure. And the road ahead was only going to get rougher. James K. Polk didn't arrive in the White House as a household name, but he governed like a man racing against an invisible clock. He made bold promises during his campaign: acquire Texas, settle the Oregon boundary dispute, reform the tariff, and create an independent treasury. And he stunned the country by actually doing all of it in a single term. He wasn't charismatic like Jackson or aristocratic like earlier presidents, but he was relentless. His expansionist vision didn't just stretch the map, it redrew the fate of the nation. Texas had already declared independence from Mexico years earlier, but annexation under Polk turned tension into conflict. The Mexican-American War ignited, and Polk framed it as defense of American territory, even as critics claimed he manufactured the provocation. The war ended with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, and the United States took control of land that would become California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and parts of Colorado and Wyoming. It was the largest territorial gain since the Louisiana Purchase and made the U.S. a continental power. Polk also resolved a long-standing dispute with Britain over the Oregon Territory. The rallying cry 54-40 or fight hinted at potential war, but Polk instead negotiated splitting the region along the 49th parallel. Expansion didn't always need a battlefield. Sometimes it needed a pen, timing, and quiet leverage. But the cost of growth wasn't only military or diplomatic. Every acre added to the United States raised the same question: would slavery follow the flag? Polk didn't solve that question. He accelerated it. He chose not to run for a second term, honoring his one-term pledge, and left office exhausted, ill, and aware that his victories carried consequences he wouldn't be around to manage. He died just a few months after leaving the presidency, but the map he left behind would be argued over for generations. Zachary Taylor came next, a war hero from the very conflict Polk had started. Old Rough and Ready didn't come into politics through theory or legacy. He came through battlefield reputation. He had never voted in a presidential election before winning his own. The Whigs backed him not because he aligned with them on philosophy, but because popularity wins elections. Taylor wasn't a polished statesman. He was a straightforward soldier who believed the Union mattered more than party lines. But his presidency collided with the same explosive question Polk left unresolved: what to do with slavery in the new territories. California wanted statehood as a free state, and Taylor shocked Southern politicians by supporting its admission. He wasn't an abolitionist, he owned slaves himself, but he opposed the expansion of slavery if it meant tearing the country apart. Southern leaders threatened secession, believing they could intimidate him. Taylor told them he would personally lead the army against any state that tried it. He didn't speak often, but when he did, people heard iron. Before any resolution came, Taylor suddenly died in office in 1850. Some blamed bad cherries and milk, others whispered conspiracy, but illness took him quickly. His death left a power vacuum in the middle of one of the most volatile debates in American history. Millard Fillmore, his vice president, stepped in with a different temperament and different instincts. Where Taylor might have confronted secessionists head-on, Fillmore leaned toward compromise. He supported the Compromise of 1850, a package designed to calm sectional tensions. California entered as a free state, but the Fugitive Slave Act was strengthened, forcing free states to participate in the capture and return of escaped enslaved people. To some, it was political balance, to others, moral surrender. Fillmore believed compromise preserved the Union, but it also inflamed abolitionists and deepened moral divides. The act brought the brutality of slavery into northern streets, making neutrality impossible. Harriet Beecher Stowe began writing Uncle Tom's Cabin in direct reaction to it, and public outrage surged in places that once treated the issue as someone else's burden. While Fillmore sought stability, his party fractured around him. The Whigs split into factions and began collapsing. He wasn't renominated, and his presidency became a bridge between fading political structures and the conflicts rushing toward them. Polk expanded the map. Taylor tried to hold it together with stubborn resolve. Fillmore tried to calm it with compromise. None of them escaped the gravitational pull of slavery, territory, and the coming storm. The country was expanding faster than its conscience, and the presidents of this era were steering a ship whose keel was already splitting. Franklin Pierce came into office polished, eloquent, and personally charming. But charm doesn't hold a country together when its moral foundation is cracking. He was a Northern Democrat with Southern sympathies, a man who believed that compromise could override conflict, even when the conflict was rooted in human bondage. His presidency wasn't marked by loud ambition, but by decisions that deepened wounds others tried to bandage. The Kansas-Nebraska Act became the defining catastrophe of his administration. Backed by Pierce and engineered by Senator Stephen Douglas, it overturned the Missouri Compromise by allowing new territories to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery. This wasn't local empowerment. It was an invitation to chaos. Pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers flooded Kansas, hoping to tip the scales. What followed wasn't debate, it was blood. Bleeding Kansas wasn't metaphorical. Towns burned, people were murdered, and rival governments formed in the same territory. Pierce didn't act to stop the violence. He sided with the pro-slavery government, further alienating Northern voters and confirming Southern leaders that they could push the federal government without resistance. His failure to manage the crisis didn't just tarnish his presidency. It helped destroy the political parties that once contained sectional conflict. The Whig Party collapsed entirely under the strain, and out of that fracture rose a new force, the Republican Party, founded on resistance to the spread of slavery. On foreign policy, Pierce tried to leave a legacy of expansion. The Gadsden Purchase secured land from Mexico to allow for a southern transcontinental railroad route, but it barely registered against the domestic chaos. His flirtation with the idea of acquiring Cuba and the secretive Ostend Manifesto suggesting force if Spain refused to sell only fueled more opposition. Instead of appearing strong, his administration looked reckless. Pierce's personal life was soaked in grief. His last surviving child died in a train accident just before the inauguration. Some historians say he governed like a man numbed by tragedy. Others say he simply lacked the force to restrain a country coming undone. By the time he left office, his own party abandoned him. He became one of the few presidents denied renomination by his own allies. James Buchanan followed, a man with decades of political experience but little instinct for crisis leadership. He believed, or chose to believe, that the Constitution tied his hands on the issue of slavery. He said the Supreme Court should settle it, just in time for the Dred Scott decision to declare that Congress had no authority to restrict slavery in the territories and that Black Americans could not be citizens. The ruling didn't end debate. It poured fuel on it. Buchanan supported the pro-slavery constitution drafted in Kansas, despite clear evidence that it didn't reflect the will of most settlers. When Congress pushed back, he became entangled in battles that made him look weak to some and complicit to others. His passivity wasn't neutrality, it was paralysis, disguised as legality. Then came the election of 1860. Abraham Lincoln won without carrying a single Southern state, and secession began before Buchanan even left office. South Carolina led the charge, followed by multiple Deep South states. Buchanan stated that secession was illegal, but also claimed he had no constitutional power to stop it. It was the most dangerous kind of inaction, one that left a vacuum where leadership was desperately needed. By the time Buchanan packed his belongings and prepared to leave the White House, 7 states had left the Union and formed the Confederacy. He handed Lincoln not just a divided country, but a war already kindling. Pierce and Buchanan didn't start the crisis, but they accelerated it through hesitation, deference, and the belief that delaying conflict was the same as preventing it. They governed in the shadow of disaster and left it burning behind them. The presidency had moved from experimentation to preservation to survival, and now it was veering into something darker. Abraham Lincoln did not enter the presidency with the polish of the elites who came before him. He wasn't born into legacy or wealth. He was a self-educated lawyer from a log cabin, carrying a voice and face that critics mocked, but a mind that history would not forget. By the time he took office in 1861, the country wasn't simmering. It was already cracking. 7 southern states had seceded before he placed his hand on the Bible. He didn't walk into a presidency. He walked into a countdown. Lincoln's victory in the 1860 election wasn't built on Southern support. His name didn't even appear on the ballot in many Southern states. The South didn't wait to see what he would do. They saw his opposition to the expansion of slavery as a direct threat to their way of life and began constructing a new nation, complete with a president of their own, Jefferson Davis. Lincoln, meanwhile, made a deliberate choice. He would not recognize secession as legitimate. To him, the Union was older than the Constitution itself, found not by convenience but by identity. When Confederate forces fired on Fort Sumter in April 1861, Lincoln faced what no president before him had, an internal war on a national scale. He called for volunteers, not because he romanticized war, but because he knew the Union could not survive by allowing itself to be partitioned. The Civil War became the blood baptism of the nation, the price for sins unresolved since its founding. Lincoln wasn't perfect. At times, he expanded presidential power in ways that alarmed his critics, suspending habeas corpus, restricting certain press freedoms, and clashing with generals who lacked urgency. But he was also patient, shrewd, and deeply aware that words could reshape belief. His goal wasn't punishment. It was preservation. The Emancipation Proclamation, issued in 1863, didn't free every enslaved person immediately. It targeted those under Confederate control, reframing the war not just as a political struggle but a moral one. It also allowed black men to join the Union Army, turning former slaves into soldiers of their own liberation. Lincoln understood that the nation couldn't survive half slave and half free, and he used the tools available to push it toward something new. Gettysburg tested the Union's endurance and the President's resolve. Thousands died in fields that became cemeteries overnight. Lincoln's address at the dedication didn't roar. It whispered across history, reminding the country that democracy was an experiment not yet proven, but worth the human cost. As the war dragged on, Lincoln faced pressure from all sides. Peace Democrats wanted negotiation. Abolitionists wanted faster, broader action. Radicals in Congress demanded punishment for the South. Lincoln understood that winning the war wasn't the same as winning the peace. He spoke of malice toward none and charity for all, not because he was naive, but because he saw vengeance as another kind of destruction. His re-election in 1864 wasn't guaranteed. War fatigue, death tolls, and political enemies nearly cost him the presidency. Only after Sherman's victories in the South did public confidence stabilize. Lincoln's second inauguration came with a sense that the conflict's end was near, but the wounds cut too deep to heal quickly. Then, just days after General Lee's surrender at Appomattox, Lincoln was shot at Ford's Theater. John Wilkes Booth believed he was avenging the South. All he did was turn a man into a martyr and leave Reconstruction in the hands of someone unprepared. Andrew Johnson inherited a country desperate for rebuilding and justice, but he lacked Lincoln's vision and restraint. A Southern Democrat who had stayed loyal to the Union, he positioned himself as the man to reunite the nation without punishing it. But his idea of healing meant allowing former Confederates to return to power quickly with minimal consequences. He vetoed civil rights protections and clashed constantly with the radical Republicans in Congress. Johnson's Reconstruction policies allowed Southern states to impose black codes, laws that restricted the freedom of newly emancipated people and kept power structures intact. Congress overrode his vetoes to pass the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the 14th Amendment, but the conflict between the branches of government only intensified. He became the first president to be impeached. The House charged him with violating the Tenure of Office Act after he tried to remove Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, a Lincoln holdover aligned with radical Republicans. Johnson survived removal by a single vote in the Senate, but his presidency was effectively over in influence. By the time he left office, the nation wasn't healed. It was held together with military occupation, legal battles, and the fragile hope that the promise of emancipation would somehow become reality. The Civil War had ended slavery in law, but not in spirit, and the leaders who followed would inherit a country still haunted by lines drawn in blood. Ulysses S. Grant didn't rise to the presidency through polished politics or silver-tongued speeches. He was a soldier first, a man who had once left the army in obscurity, only to return when the country was tearing itself apart. As a Union general, he understood something many did not. Wars aren't won by maneuver alone. They're won by exhaustion, pressure, and an unflinching will to finish what was started. Lincoln saw that in him and trusted him with the weight of victory. By the time Grant took office in 1869, the Civil War was over, but the battle for the nation's soul was not. The scars of conflict ran deep, and the question wasn't just how to rebuild the South, but who would get to define its future. Newly emancipated men and women were navigating freedom in places still ruled by those who had fought to keep them enslaved. Violence simmered beneath the surface, and organizations like the Ku Klux Klan used terror to fill the cracks left by shattered Confederate power. Grant, unlike Andrew Johnson, believed in federal protection for freed people. He didn't tolerate the Klan's rise. He signed the Enforcement Acts, allowing federal troops and courts to strike back at the white supremacist groups that operated like shadow governments. Under his leadership, the Department of Justice was established, and for a brief window, black political representation in the South began to grow. Men who had once been property now held office, passed laws, and voted. It was a glimpse of what America might have become sooner if justice had sharper teeth. But Grant's presidency wasn't free of trouble. He was honest, almost to a fault, but his trust in friends and associates opened the door to corruption. Scandals like the whiskey ring and the Credit Mobilier affair stained his administration's reputation, even when he personally wasn't involved. Critics painted him as naive, a military man out of his depth in political trenches. Still, he pushed for the 15th Amendment, securing voting rights regardless of race. It was a monumental step, while also being a fragile one, dependent on a nation willing to enforce it. As Reconstruction advanced, resistance grew more coordinated. The fatigue in the north deepened, and the appetite to keep troops in the south waned. Even victories fueled backlash. When Grant left office after 2 terms, Reconstruction was already unraveling at the edges. The hope he had defended with law and force was dimming, not because it failed outright, but because too many people were willing to watch it slip away. Rutherford B. Hayes entered the presidency not with roaring support, but through compromise, one that would shape the next century in ways few could see. The election of 1876 between Hayes, a Republican, and Samuel J. Tilden, a Democrat, was one of the most disputed in American history. Tilden won the popular vote and initially seemed to have the electoral count, but contested results in several states led to a political standoff. The deal, struck in secret, became known as the Compromise of 1877. Hayes would become president, but in return, federal troops would be withdrawn from the South, effectively ending Reconstruction. It was a quiet surrender, delivered with handshakes rather than gunfire. The South regained control of its internal affairs, which meant the rights of black citizens, newly earned but not deeply rooted, were now at the mercy of leaders who resented their existence. Hayes spoke of national unity and healing, but unity came at a cost paid by those with the least protection. Southern governments swiftly moved to dismantle institutions that had supported black political involvement. Voter suppression, intimidation, and legal manipulation spread like rot through the former Confederacy. What had been gained during Reconstruction did not vanish overnight. It was suffocated slowly, piece by piece. Hayes tried to implement civil service reform, pushing back against the patronage system that had long dominated politics. He believed in merit over favoritism and wanted to rebuild trust in the federal government. But his influence was limited. His presidency defined more by what he ended than by what he started. His time in office marked the transition from the hopes of Reconstruction to the era of segregation and disenfranchisement that would follow. The promise of equality, briefly illuminated after the Civil War, dimmed into the shadows of Jim Crow laws that would emerge in the decades ahead. When Hayes chose not to run for a second term, he left a nation technically reunited, but spiritually divided. The North moved forward into industry and expansion. The South dug its heels into memory and control. Freedom had been declared, rights had been written, but power had shifted back into hands eager to rewrite history. James A. Garfield never expected to be president. He hadn't aggressively chased the office, and in many ways he entered it as a compromise candidate born out of a divided Republican Party. Yet despite his short time in power, he carried a sharp mind, strong convictions, and a stubborn refusal to bend to political machines that thought they owned him. Garfield came from poverty, raised in a log cabin in Ohio, working on canals before building a life through education and public service. He served as a Union general and later in Congress, where his intellect and oratory made him a respected voice. When he won the presidency in 1880, rival Republican factions, the stalwarts and the half-breeds, saw him as someone they could manipulate. They assumed his gratitude would come with obedience. They were wrong. From the beginning, Garfield made it clear he wouldn't let party bosses carve up federal offices for personal gain. One of the most powerful figures he clashed with was Roscoe Conkling, a New York senator who believed he controlled patronage in his state. Garfield refused to bow to Conkling's demands, and the political battle that followed signaled a shift from machine politics to reform, though Garfield wouldn't live long enough to see its full impact. On July 2, 1881, just months into his presidency, Garfield was shot at a Washington railroad station by Charles Guiteau, a man deluded into believing he was owed a government appointment. The wound didn't kill Garfield instantly, but the medical treatment that followed was disastrous. Doctors probed his body with unsterilized hands and instruments, causing infections that weakened him until he died on September 19, 1881. He had served only about 6 months. The nation was stunned. Garfield's death wasn't just a tragedy. It exposed a broken system in which political favors and desperation intertwined with violence. And into the space he left stepped a man no one expected to rise above his reputation. Chester Alan Arthur. Arthur had been the poster child for political patronage. He was closely tied to Conkling and had benefited from machine politics. When Garfield died and Arthur became president, many feared he would drag the country backward into corruption and favoritism. But something changed in him. Whether it was the shock of Garfield's assassination, the weight of the office, or a deeper sense of duty that had quietly existed underneath, Arthur defied expectations. He stunned former allies by supporting civil service reform, the very thing party machines loathed. The Pendleton Civil Service Reform Act, passed in 1883, began the process of awarding government jobs based on merit rather than loyalty. It was a historic step toward dismantling the spoils system that had defined American politics for decades. Arthur signed it into law and enforced it, even at the cost of alienating the people who had once backed him. Beyond reform, Arthur brought dignity to the office. He upgraded the White House, entertained with elegance, and carried himself with unexpected refinement. He was not a visionary president, but he understood the moment he was in. Instead of exploiting power, he chose to restrain it. Yet he struggled with personal challenges. He suffered from Bright's disease, a kidney condition he largely kept private. He served only 1 term and did not seek re-election, knowing both his health and political support were fading. When he left office in 1885, he had transformed his legacy, from a machine politician to a quiet reformer. His story, like Garfield's, marked a turning point in the evolution of federal government. These were not men of long tenures or sweeping doctrines, but their presidencies reflected a shift in the nation's expectations. People were beginning to demand integrity over influence, fairness over favoritism. Grover Cleveland entered the national stage like a man who hadn't planned on fame, but refused to bend once it found him. Before the presidency, he'd been a lawyer, sheriff, and mayor of Buffalo, then governor of New York. His rise was fueled not by charm or party machinery, but by a reputation for honesty so unusual in the political climate of the 1880s that people found it refreshing. He vetoed wasteful bills with a kind of cold precision and believed government shouldn't spend $1 unless absolutely necessary. That mindset would define his presidency, for better or worse. When he became the 22nd president in 1885, Cleveland was the first Democrat elected after the Civil War era, breaking the Republican hold on the White House. He saw himself as a guardian of fairness, not a commander of political favors. He issued more vetoes than any president before him, striking down pensions he believed were fraudulent and spending he saw as unnecessary. Some admired his resolve, others thought he lacked compassion. His personal life drew national attention when, in the midst of his presidency, he married Frances Folsom in the White House, the only president to be married there. She was 21, he was 49, and the country was fascinated. Her presence softened his image, but not his decisions. Yet Cleveland's refusal to play political games came with a price. When he ran for re-election in 1888, he actually won the popular vote, but lost the presidency to Benjamin Harrison due to the Electoral College. It was a bitter outcome, but not the end of his story. Benjamin Harrison, grandson of former President William Henry Harrison, took office in 1889 with a Republican Congress eager to flex its muscle. Unlike Cleveland, Harrison was comfortable with federal spending if it served national growth. His administration approved the first billion-dollar federal budget, a staggering idea at the time, funding pensions, internal improvements, and economic expansion. Under Harrison, 6 new states were admitted to the Union. North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Washington, Idaho, and Wyoming. The country was stretching westward with confidence, tying itself together with rails, telegraphs, and industry. Tariffs were high under the McKinley Tariff Act, designed to protect American businesses, but criticized for raising consumer prices. Civil rights flickered briefly under Harrison's leadership. He supported the Lodge Bill, which aimed to protect black voting rights in the South. But the Senate resisted, and without backing, the effort collapsed. Reconstruction's goals continued to wither, even as the country celebrated growth. By 1892, voters had become uneasy with rising prices and government spending. Cleveland ran again and defeated Harrison, becoming both the 22nd and 24th president, the only leader in U.S. history to serve non-consecutive terms. Cleveland's second presidency was not the triumphant return he might have imagined. The panic of 1893 hit like a collapse in slow motion. Banks failed, railroads went bankrupt, unemployment rose, and fear spread. Cleveland believed in limited government intervention and stuck to the gold standard when others called for silver to expand the money supply. His rigid approach stabilized currency but deepened hardship for many. He also clashed with labor. When the Pullman strike of 1894 shut down rail traffic, Cleveland sent federal troops to break it. Violence followed, and critics accused him of siding with big business over working people. His popularity sank as the nation struggled. By the time he left office in 1897, Cleveland's strict principles had both preserved certain traditions and alienated large segments of the population. He was a man out of step with the emotional needs of a changing America. As the century approached its end, a new kind of president was waiting, young, energetic, and ready to usher the United States into a different era. That story begins with William McKinley, and soon after, the arrival of someone who would redefine the presidency itself, Theodore Roosevelt. William McKinley came into power at a moment when America was shifting from a recovering nation to an ambitious one. Elected in 1896, he represented stability, business confidence, and a belief in economic protectionism. The country was still rattled by the panic of 1893, and McKinley's support for the gold standard and high tariffs reassured industrial leaders and bankers who feared inflation and instability. His presidency would prove to be a turning point, quiet at first, then historic. The 1897 Dingley Tariff, the highest protective tariff to date, reflected his vision of economic nationalism. He believed American industry should be shielded from foreign competition to protect jobs and promote growth. It was a policy that made him popular among manufacturers but drew criticism from laborers and farmers who felt the squeeze of rising prices. But his presidency would soon be defined not by domestic policy, but by war. In 1898, the explosion of the USS Maine in Havana Harbor lit a fuse of public outrage, fueled by sensationalist newspapers demanding action. Though McKinley was cautious, calling for investigation rather than immediate conflict, the pressure was overwhelming. The Spanish-American War began, short and decisive. In a matter of months, the United States defeated Spain and gained control of former Spanish territories, including Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. Cuba became a U.S. protectorate. The war marked the birth of America as a global power. Debate erupted over imperialism. Was the United States a liberator or a new empire builder? McKinley claimed duty and destiny guided the expansion. His decision to annex the Philippines sparked both patriotic pride and fierce opposition, especially from figures like Mark Twain and Andrew Carnegie. At home, McKinley won re-election in 1900 with Theodore Roosevelt as his vice president. Roosevelt was charismatic, popular, and energetic, the opposite of McKinley's reserved demeanor. The country seemed poised for continued growth, confident and forward-looking. but destiny intervened. On September 6, 1901, at the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York, McKinley was shot by anarchist Leon Czolgosz while greeting visitors. He initially appeared to recover, but infection set in, and he died 8 days later. His death shocked the nation and ended the era of quiet Republican conservatism he had embodied. With McKinley gone, Vice President Theodore Roosevelt stepped into the presidency, and with him came a tidal shift in energy, ideology, and national ambition. Roosevelt didn't walk into power, he charged into it. At just 42, he became the youngest president in American history, a man whose personality filled rooms and headlines. He believed the presidency was a bully pulpit, a platform to drive moral leadership, confront corruption, and shape society rather than simply manage it. Roosevelt quickly went after trusts, massive corporations that dominated industries and strangled competition. He enforced the Sherman Antitrust Act with unprecedented force, earning the nickname Trust Buster. Northern Securities, a powerful railroad conglomerate, was among his high-profile targets. Labor disputes also took new shape under Roosevelt. During the 1902 coal strike, instead of siding instinctively with business owners as many presidents did, he threatened to use federal troops to operate the mines unless company leaders negotiated. It was a radical shift, government stepping in on behalf of workers, not just capital. Roosevelt was also a fierce conservationist. He protected over 230 million acres of land by creating national parks, forests, and wildlife refuges. He saw nature not as a limitless resource, but as an inheritance to safeguard. On the world stage, Roosevelt believed America should speak softly and carry a big stick. He orchestrated the construction of the Panama Canal, dramatically altering global trade routes and expanding U.S. naval influence. His mediation of the Russo-Japanese War earned him the Nobel Peace Prize, another presidential first. Under his leadership, the presidency evolved from a restrained office into a dynamic force. He was bold, theatrical, and relentless. He didn't wait for Congress to act. He set agendas and bent institutions to follow. By the time he left office in 1909, America was no longer just recovering from its past. It was aiming at the future with intention. The next presidents would inherit a nation transformed by war, industry, and reform, and Roosevelt's shadow would stretch across every one of them. William Howard Taft didn't seek the White House with the fire of ambition. Theodore Roosevelt practically pushed him into it. Taft had been a judge, a legal mind with a preference for order over spectacle, and Roosevelt believed his friend would faithfully continue the progressive momentum he'd set in motion. In 1909, Taft took office with public support, but without the same appetite for combat that drove his predecessor. Taft believed in the law as the engine of reform, not personality or public pressure. He actually filed more antitrust lawsuits than Roosevelt did, including actions against Standard Oil and American Tobacco. But where Roosevelt relished headlines and confrontations, Taft preferred quiet, legal precision. That difference in style created a growing rift between the two men. Tariff reform became one of Taft's early challenges. The Payne-Aldrich Tariff Act was meant to lower rates, but political maneuvering twisted it into a protectionist bill. Reformers were furious, and Roosevelt began to doubt Taft's commitment to progressive ideals. Conservation battles made things worse. Taft dismissed Gifford Pinchot, Roosevelt's close ally and head of the Forest Service, after Pinchot criticized the administration's handling of public lands. The firing outraged Roosevelt and became a symbol of betrayal. By the 1912 election, the Republican Party was split. Roosevelt bolted and formed the Progressive Bull Moose Party, determined to reclaim leadership of the movement he believed Taft had abandoned. The division handed the presidency to Democrat Woodrow Wilson. Taft, relieved in some ways to leave the political battlefield, later achieved his personal dream. In 1921, he became Chief Justice of the United States, the only person to ever lead both the executive and judicial branches. In that role, he was confident, respected, and finally in the position he believed suited him best. Woodrow Wilson came into office in 1913 with the calm determination of an academic turned reformer. A former president of Princeton and governor of New Jersey, he believed deeply in structured progress and moral governance. His New Freedom agenda targeted the same giants Roosevelt and Taft had battled, but with different tools. Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act, reshaping the nation's financial system with a central banking network designed to stabilize the economy. He backed the Clayton Antitrust Act, which strengthened laws against monopolies and protected labor unions from being prosecuted as illegal conspiracies. The Federal Trade Commission was created to monitor corporate behavior and prevent unfair practices. Social reforms also moved forward. The 16th Amendment established a federal income tax, and the 17th Amendment allowed for the direct election of senators, reducing the power of state legislatures and political machines. Wilson wasn't as flashy as Roosevelt, but change under him was deep and structural. Then the world changed. In 1914, World War I broke out in Europe. Wilson kept the United States neutral for as long as possible, repeating the promise to remain impartial in thought as well as action. But German submarine attacks on American ships and the Zimmermann telegram revealing a German proposal encouraging Mexico to attack the US shifted the nation's course. In 1917, America entered the war. Wilson framed the conflict not as revenge or conquest, but as a mission to make the world safe for democracy. The war mobilized the country industrially and militarily, and by 1918, the Allies were victorious. Wilson traveled to Europe for the peace negotiations, the first sitting president to leave the country while in office. He championed the League of Nations, an international body aimed at preventing future wars. But back home, the Senate resisted. Many feared that joining the League would entangle the US in foreign conflicts and compromise national sovereignty. Despite his efforts, the US never joined. Wilson's health deteriorated near the end of his presidency. After suffering a severe stroke in 1919, he was largely incapacitated. His wife, Edith Wilson, quietly managed access and decisions, becoming an unofficial steward of the executive branch. Wilson left office in 1921 with a legacy of ambitious reform, international vision, and unresolved tension. America had stepped onto the global stage, but not fully embraced the role he imagined. Next in line come Harding and Coolidge, leaders of a nation eager to retreat into comfort after the upheaval of war. Just say P when you're ready to move forward. Warren G. Harding didn't promise glory. He promised normalcy. After the exhaustion of World War I and the idealism of the Wilson years, Americans were tired of sacrifice, policies, and sermons. Harding, elected in 1920, offered a return to comfort, business growth, and calm. He had a warm voice, an easy charm, and the kind of look that made people feel he belonged in a presidential portrait. But beneath the surface, trouble festered. Harding wasn't a reformer or a visionary. He believed in limited government, low taxes, and supporting business expansion. His cabinet included capable figures like Herbert Hoover and Charles Evans Hughes, but also friends and political allies who lacked integrity. Harding himself once admitted, "I have no trouble with my enemies. I can take care of my enemies all right. But my damn friends, they're the ones that keep me walking the floor nights." Corruption scandals blossomed around him, the most infamous being the Teapot Dome affair. Interior Secretary Albert B. Fall secretly leased federal oil reserves to private companies in exchange for bribes. When the scheme came to light, it became one of the biggest political scandals in American history up to that point. Other officials were caught in fraud and graft, staining Harding's legacy. Yet personally, Harding wasn't seen as malicious, just overwhelmed. He struggled to manage the forces around him, and his health suffered. In 1923, while on a speaking tour across the western states, he collapsed and died suddenly in San Francisco. His death shocked the nation and left many questions unanswered. Into the vacuum stepped Vice President Calvin Coolidge, a quiet New Englander with a stiff demeanor and a belief that government should interfere as little as possible. Known as Silent Cal, he didn't waste words, and his stillness became its own kind of leadership. Coolidge calmed the chaos of the Harding scandals by simply refusing to add noise. He restored trust not with sweeping reforms, but with steadiness. He believed the business of America was business, and under his presidency the country boomed. The 1920s roared with jazz, automobiles, mass production, radios, and stock market speculation. Consumer culture exploded, factories pumped out goods with assembly line speed, and Wall Street grew powerful. Coolidge cut taxes, reduced government spending, and paid down the national debt. His philosophy was simple. Prosperity comes when government steps back and lets individuals and markets lead. Many Americans embraced that logic as their income rose and cities swelled with growth. But not everyone prospered. Farmers struggled with falling crop prices after wartime demand faded. Wealth concentrated in urban and industrial sectors, and few noticed or cared about the cracks beneath the glitter. Coolidge himself was not driven by ego or ambition. When asked why he didn't talk more, he said, "I have never been hurt by anything I didn't say." In 1927, he announced he would not seek another term, leaving the stage without ceremony. His departure left the nation soaring economically, but blind to the danger ahead. The stock market kept climbing, credit ballooned, and optimism drowned out caution. Into that moment stepped Herbert Hoover, a man praised as a problem solver, but destined to face a storm no one saw coming. Herbert Hoover entered office in 1929 with a reputation as a problem solver. He had built his legacy as a humanitarian, leading massive relief efforts during World War I and helping feed millions in Europe. Americans believed he was the kind of leader who could manage anything. The economy was booming, the stock market was soaring, and most people assumed the good times would last. But within months, the illusion would crumble. In October of 1929, the stock market crashed. At first, many believed it was a temporary dip. People had seen downturns before. But this was different. Businesses failed, banks collapsed, and millions lost their jobs and savings. The Great Depression began not with a single event, but with a series of economic shocks that spread like a slow-motion collapse. Hoover believed deeply in individualism and limited government. He thought voluntary cooperation between businesses and communities could soften the crisis. He resisted the idea of direct federal aid to individuals, fearing it would weaken America's spirit of self-reliance. Instead, he encouraged banks to help each other and businesses to keep wages stable. But as unemployment soared past 20%, goodwill wasn't enough. Shantytowns built by the homeless began appearing across the country. People started calling them Hoovervilles, a bitter nickname that reflected growing frustration. Veterans of World War I, desperate for the bonus they had been promised years earlier, marched on Washington in 1932. Instead of negotiating, Hoover authorized federal troops to disperse them. Images of veterans driven out by force stained his reputation beyond repair. Hoover did take some steps that hinted at change. He created the Reconstruction Finance Corporation to lend money to struggling banks and businesses. But to many Americans, it seemed like he was helping the institutions, not the people. His philosophy couldn't withstand the scale of suffering unfolding across the nation. By the time the 1932 election arrived, The country was ready for someone entirely different. Franklin Delano Roosevelt didn't just offer policies, he offered hope. Roosevelt came from privilege, but his life was shaped by hardship. After being struck by polio in 1921, he lost the use of his legs. Many thought his political career was finished. Instead, he returned with a resilience that defined his presidency. When he ran against Hoover, he promised a new deal for the American people. In March 1933, when Roosevelt was inaugurated, the country was paralyzed by fear. Banks were failing daily. People were hoarding money in their homes. In his first fireside chat, he spoke directly to the nation through radio, explaining the banking crisis and urging trust. His calm voice made people believe again. He immediately declared a bank holiday, shutting down financial institutions long enough to stabilize them. Within days, many reopened, and deposits started flowing back. The psychological shift was as important as the policy itself. Roosevelt launched a wave of programs to tackle unemployment and rebuild the economy. The Civilian Conservation Corps put young men to work planting trees, building parks, and restoring public lands. The Works Progress Administration constructed roads, bridges, schools, and public buildings. The Tennessee Valley Authority brought electricity and development to regions long trapped in poverty. He didn't stop at jobs. The Social Security Act created a safety net for the elderly and unemployed. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation protected bank deposits. Regulations were put in place to prevent the stock market abuses that had fueled the crash. Roosevelt understood the power of communication. His fireside chats made people feel like he was in their living rooms, guiding them personally through the storm. He didn't pretend everything was solved, but he made it clear the government wouldn't abandon them. Still, his presidency wasn't without controversy. Some believed he overreached with government power. Others argued he didn't go far enough. But one thing was undeniable. He transformed the relationship between the American people and their government. As the Depression dragged on and global tensions rose, Roosevelt faced challenges even greater than economic collapse. But his leadership during the crisis restored faith in the idea that the nation could endure and adapt. The United States emerged as a global superpower alongside the Soviet Union, setting the stage for the Cold War. The United Nations was established to prevent future global conflicts, and America assumed a leadership role in its formation. The Marshall Plan would soon rebuild Western Europe, and international alliances like NATO took shape. Domestically, returning soldiers took advantage of the GI Bill, buying homes, attending college, and fueling economic growth. Truman faced monumental challenges even after the war, managing post-war reconversion, overseeing the occupation of Japan, and navigating rising tensions with the Soviet Union. He also made the decision to desegregate the US military, issuing an executive order in 1948 that challenged long-standing racial barriers. As the world shifted from wartime to uneasy peace, Truman's presidency marked the beginning of America's new role as a global leader in politics, economics, and military power. The decisions he made, especially regarding the atomic bomb and the reconstruction of Europe and Asia, shaped the modern age. Dwight D. Eisenhower entered the presidency in 1953 with a reputation etched in victory. As the supreme Allied commander during World War II, he had overseen the D-Day invasion and coordinated one of the most massive military operations in human history. Americans trusted him, not just as a politician, but as a leader who had already helped save the world once. He wasn't fiery or theatrical. His style was calm, measured, and reassuring. After years of war and global tension, the country was ready for exactly that. When Eisenhower took office, the Korean War was still dragging on. American troops had been fighting since 1950, and the conflict had become a bloody stalemate. Eisenhower promised during his campaign that he would go to Korea personally to assess the situation. True to his word, he did. Within months of taking office, an armistice was signed in July 1953, effectively ending the fighting, though no formal peace treaty ever followed. The ceasefire created the Demilitarized Zone, DMZ, between North and South Korea, a tense border that still exists today. At home, America was changing fast. The economy grew rapidly, driven by post-war industry, consumer spending, and suburban expansion. Families bought cars, televisions, and new houses popping up across developments like Levittown. The interstate highway system, one of Eisenhower's major achievements, connected the country in ways it had never been connected before. Inspired in part by the German Autobahn system he'd seen during the war, the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956 created thousands of miles of road, linking cities, boosting commerce, and reshaping American life. Road trips, drive-in theaters, fast food, and suburban commuting became cultural staples. But beneath the prosperity, Cold War anxiety simmered. The Soviet Union tested nuclear weapons, and both nations built arsenals capable of destroying the planet. Eisenhower's strategy, known as massive retaliation, emphasized building strong nuclear capabilities to discourage Soviet aggression. The logic was grim but clear. If the USSR struck, the US would respond with overwhelming force. This doctrine aimed to deter war by making its cost unthinkable. Communism remained a central fear. At the start of Eisenhower's presidency, Senator Joseph McCarthy was still leading congressional investigations, accusing individuals in government, Hollywood, and the military of communist connections. Though Eisenhower disliked McCarthy's methods, he handled him indirectly, refusing to give him the attention he craved. Eventually, McCarthy overreached by targeting the US Army, and his downfall came in 1954 through nationally televised hearings and a vote of censure in the Senate. International crises tested Eisenhower's steady approach. In 1956, tensions in the Middle East erupted when Egypt's President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, previously controlled by British and French interests. Britain, France, and Israel launched a military response without consulting the US. Eisenhower refused to support them and pressured the Allies to withdraw, fearing escalation and Soviet involvement. The Suez Crisis marked a shift in global influence. The old European powers were no longer dominant, and the United States had to balance its leadership with global stability. That same year, the Soviet Union crushed a Hungarian uprising with brutal force. Though Americans sympathized with Hungarian revolutionaries, the administration avoided military intervention, unwilling to risk war in Eastern Europe. Containment, not confrontation, shaped Eisenhower's approach. At home, another revolution was quietly building. The civil rights movement gathered strength in the 1950s. In 1954, the Supreme Court issued its landmark Brown v. Board of Education ruling, declaring segregation in public schools unconstitutional. Resistance erupted in many southern states. In 1957, a crisis unfolded in Little Rock, Arkansas, when 9 black students attempted to attend Central High School. The governor used the National Guard to block their entry. Eisenhower, though not a vocal civil rights crusader, believed in upholding federal law. He sent in the 101st Airborne Division to escort and protect the students. It was the first time since Reconstruction that federal troops were deployed in the South to enforce civil rights. While Eisenhower projected calm, the world spun into a new era of competition: space. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, the first artificial satellite. The achievement stunned Americans and sparked fears that the USSR was gaining technological and military superiority. In response, Eisenhower created NASA in 1958, and increased funding for science and education. The space race had begun. By the end of his presidency, Eisenhower had balanced prosperity with caution, strength with restraint. In his farewell address in 1961, he issued a warning that would echo through history: the rise of the military-industrial complex. He feared that unchecked collaboration between defense industries and the government could distort national priorities and entangle America in unnecessary conflicts. His words were prophetic. Eisenhower left office widely respected. The country was wealthier, better connected, and more globally influential than ever. Yet the seeds of conflict, civil rights struggles, Cold War tensions, and ideological rivalry were already sprouting. John F. Kennedy entered the American imagination long before he entered the Oval Office. He wasn't just another politician climbing the ranks. He was young, magnetic, and carried himself like the country was overdue for a new chapter. When he won the 1960 presidential election, he became the youngest elected president in U.S. history at 43. His campaign had moved with the sleekness of a movie trailer. The televised debates against Richard Nixon were the first of their kind, and viewers saw a calm, polished Kennedy beside a tired, sweating opponent. For many Americans, politics had always sounded like a radio or read like a newspaper. JFK made it look back at them through the screen. His inauguration speech in January 1961 sealed his place in public consciousness. The words weren't long and they weren't complicated, but they carried a tone that struck like a challenge and a promise. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. It wasn't about policy, it was about energy. He framed service as something noble again and rekindled the idea that America wasn't just a country, but a story unfolding in real time. The Cold War was the backdrop, and the world teetered between expansion, ideology, and annihilation. Kennedy stepped into that tension with confidence that didn't look forced. But the myth of the future quickly collided with inherited realities. Not long after he took office, a simmering plan left over from the Eisenhower administration emerged: the Bay of Pigs invasion. The goal was to use CIA-trained Cuban exiles to overthrow Fidel Castro's communist government. Kennedy approved the operation, but the mission collapsed almost immediately. Exiles were captured, Cuban forces were ready, and the United States looked both reckless and incompetent on the world stage. Kennedy took public responsibility, and his approval rating still remained strangely high. But behind the scenes, he learned a lesson he wouldn't forget: never trust an inherited plan without reworking it from the ground up. Tension with the Soviet Union didn't cool down. Premier Nikita Khrushchev saw Kennedy as inexperienced and tried to test his limits. In 1961, the Berlin crisis intensified when East Germany, backed by the Soviets, began constructing the Berlin Wall. Concrete, barbed wire, and armed guards split one city into two worlds. Kennedy condemned the division, but avoided triggering a war. He reinforced the American military presence in West Berlin and delivered a quiet but firm message: the United States wouldn't abandon its allies, even if it didn't fire the first shot. The Cold War wasn't limited to speeches and warnings. In October 1962, intelligence reports confirmed that the Soviet Union was placing nuclear missiles in Cuba, close enough to reach major American cities in minutes. The Cuban Missile Crisis became one of the tensest moments in human history. Kennedy assembled his advisors in what became known as the XCOM and weighed military strikes, blockades, and diplomacy. For 13 days, the world held its breath. Some generals pushed for immediate bombing of the missile sites. Others warned that such a move could spark a nuclear chain reaction. Kennedy chose a naval quarantine, a blockade without calling it one, and demanded the removal of the missiles. In the end, Khrushchev agreed to withdraw them in exchange for a US promise not to invade Cuba, and a secret agreement to remove American missiles from Turkey. Kennedy emerged from the crisis with renewed global respect, having avoided what could have become World War III. But international success didn't insulate him from domestic responsibility. The civil rights movement was gaining momentum, and the calls for justice were too loud to ignore. Sit-ins, marches, and legal battles spread across the South. Leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. demanded actual change, not symbolic sympathy. At first, Kennedy moved cautiously, worried about angering Southern Democrats whose support he needed in Congress. But by 1963, the images of violence, police dogs, fire hoses, bombings, and children arrested forced him forward. He delivered a national address calling civil rights a moral issue, not just a political one, and proposed legislation that would later become the Civil Rights Act under his successor. He didn't live to sign it, but he shifted the presidency into the fight. Kennedy also pushed the nation to look upward, literally. After the shock of Sputnik and the Soviet launch of Yuri Gagarin into orbit, America's pride took another hit. JFK didn't respond with despair. He responded with a goal so large it sounded like fiction: land a man on the moon before the decade ended. In 1961, he addressed Congress and made the declaration with unshakable clarity. NASA accelerated its efforts. Scientists pushed boundaries, and the space race turned from a fear into a mission. That moonshot wasn't fully realized during his lifetime, but the framework he initiated led to the Apollo 11 mission 8 years after his death. For all the ambition and strength his presidency projected, Kennedy was never insulated from danger. He traveled often, and in November 1963, he arrived in Texas to smooth political tensions ahead of the next election. On November 22nd, he rode in an open-top motorcade through Dallas. Crowds lined the streets, waving and cheering. Then the gunshots cracked through the air. Kennedy was shot and fatally wounded. He was pronounced dead at 46, his presidency not even 3 full years old. The nation froze. Television news delivered the shock with simple, devastating language. Lyndon B. Johnson took the oath of office aboard Air Force One as Jackie Kennedy, still in her blood-stained clothes, stood beside him. The assassination became one of those moments everyone remembered: where they were, what they were thinking, how suddenly everything felt different. Conspiracy theories, grief, and disbelief would follow for decades. But in that immediate moment, the country simply mourned. Kennedy's legacy was a blend of vision, tragedy, inspiration, and unrealized promise. What he started, in civil rights, in space exploration, in Cold War diplomacy, continued in echoes long after he was gone. The tone of America shifted with his death. Optimism dimmed, and the sense that history could be steered by charisma alone evaporated. The torch he spoke of in his inauguration didn't go out, but it flickered in the wind. Lyndon B. Johnson was not meant to inherit the presidency in that moment, but history doesn't wait for permission. When John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Johnson took the oath aboard Air Force One with the weight of a nation in shock pressing down on him. He wasn't young, glamorous, or poetic like his predecessor. He was a master of political maneuvering, a Texan with a booming voice and a talent for persuasion that bordered on intimidation. Where Kennedy inspired, Johnson enforced. And almost immediately, he made it clear that he didn't plan on being a caretaker president. He planned on finishing what Kennedy had started and forging his own legacy along the way. One of the first major battles he took on was civil rights. Kennedy had initiated legislation, but it was Johnson who pushed it through with unmatched force. He used his deep understanding of Congress, the Senate especially, to break filibusters and arm-twist lawmakers into action. He appealed not just to politics, but to the moral dimension of the moment, invoking Kennedy's memory and framing the bill as part of his unfinished work. In 1964, the Civil Rights Act became law, ending legal segregation in public places and banning employment discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. It was one of the most significant legislative victories in American history, and Johnson knew its significance when he signed it, even predicting that it might cost the Democratic Party the South for a generation. That same year, Johnson ran for president in his own right and crushed Republican nominee Barry Goldwater in a landslide. With political momentum behind him, he launched an ambitious domestic agenda he called the Great Society. Where the New Deal had focused on economic recovery and job creation, the Great Society aimed at eliminating poverty and racial inequity altogether. Johnson pushed legislation at a pace Congress had rarely witnessed. Medicare and Medicaid were created to provide health care for the elderly and the poor. Funding for education surged, with the Elementary and Secondary Education Act expanding federal support for public schools. Programs like Head Start and Job Corps were designed to break cycles of poverty before they fully formed. He also signed the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which targeted the literacy tests, poll taxes, and intimidation tactics that had prevented black citizens from voting in much of the South. Federal examiners were dispatched to register voters, and within a few years, black voter registration skyrocketed across previously suppressed states. These efforts reshaped American society and set in motion political realignments that still echo today. But while his domestic achievements were monumental, another issue grew like a shadow over his presidency: Vietnam. The conflict had simmered during Eisenhower and Kennedy's administrations, but under Johnson, it escalated dramatically. In 1964, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, involving reported attacks on U.S. naval vessels, became the catalyst for expanded military involvement. Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, granting Johnson broad war powers without an official declaration of war. What began as advisory support turned into full-scale deployment. American troops surged into Vietnam by the tens of thousands. By 1968, more than 500,000 soldiers were on the ground. Johnson believed he was containing communism, preventing what he saw as a domino effect in Southeast Asia. He also feared that withdrawal would make the US appear weak to the Soviet Union and China. But at home, the war fueled outrage, division, and disbelief. Graphic news coverage brought the brutality into living rooms across America. Draft protests erupted on college campuses, and anti-war sentiment began to define a generation. As casualties rose and victory remained elusive, the credibility of Johnson's administration began to erode. Many Americans felt they were being misled about the war's progress. The Tet Offensive in early 1968 intensified the crisis. Though militarily unsuccessful for North Vietnam, it shocked the American public. The idea that the enemy could launch large, coordinated attacks across South Vietnam contradicted official claims that success was near. Johnson's approval ratings plunged. At the same time, racial tensions and social upheaval rattled the country. Urban riots erupted in cities from Detroit to Newark. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose relationship with Johnson had grown strained over disagreement about Vietnam, was assassinated in April 1968. 2 months later, Robert F. Kennedy was fatally shot while campaigning for the presidency. The Democratic National Convention in Chicago that summer descended into chaos as police clashed with anti-war demonstrators. The sense of national unraveling was impossible to ignore. In March 1968, Johnson shocked the nation by announcing he would not seek re-election. He devoted his remaining time to pushing for peace negotiations and managing the divided country he once tried to unite through legislative will. The war he escalated would eventually become the burden of the next president, but it had already defined how he would be remembered. Johnson retired to his Texas ranch after leaving office in January 1969. He watched as the country continued to grapple with the consequences of decisions made under his leadership. He knew his legacy would be split between the achievements of the Great Society and the tragedy of Vietnam. He once said that history would eventually balance the scales, that his civil rights accomplishments might outlast the war's shadow. Whether he was right or wrong, he never stopped believing the presidency had given him a mission larger than himself. His story closes an era defined by belief in government's ability to engineer progress, and opens the door to a new wave of skepticism about power, leadership, and war. The next president would arrive as the nation cried out for order, stability, and a change in direction. Richard Nixon came into office in 1969 as the answer to a country exhausted by war, social upheaval, and the sense that the national compass had gone spinning off its axis. He presented himself as a steady hand, not a dreamer, not a crusader, but someone who understood power, patience, and strategy. He wasn't charismatic like Kennedy or forceful in presence like Johnson. Nixon was deliberate, calculating, and deeply aware of how history could swallow a president whole if he didn't keep control. Vietnam was still the defining crisis when he stepped in. Instead of claiming he could end it overnight, Nixon adopted a strategy he called Vietnamization. The idea was to gradually withdraw American troops while training and equipping South Vietnamese forces to take over their own defense. It sounded like an exit plan, but the war didn't simply wind down. Bombing campaigns in Cambodia and Laos expanded the geographic scope of the conflict, often without public knowledge. The draft continued, protests persisted, and the country stayed tense. In 1970, the Kent State shootings shocked the nation. During protests against the war, National Guard troops opened fire on students, killing 4 and wounding 9. The tragedy became a symbol of how fractured the country had become. Nixon publicly condemned the violence, but privately remained focused on projecting strength. Yet even as the war dragged on, Nixon made moves abroad that fundamentally reshaped geopolitics. He and his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, pursued a policy of détente, easing Cold War tensions with the Soviet Union and, strategically, opening the door to China. For decades, the US had refused contact with the People's Republic of China after the Communist Revolution. Nixon surprised the world by arranging a historic trip to Beijing in 1972, meeting with Chairman Mao Zedong and Premier Zhou Enlai. The visit softened decades of hostility and created a triangular diplomatic balance between the US, the USSR, and China. Later that same year, Nixon signed the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, SALT I, with the Soviet Union, marking a major step in controlling nuclear proliferation. These foreign policy achievements became the highlights of his presidency, the kind of moves that altered the map without a single shot being fired. At home, his record was more complex than his tough image suggested. He created the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, in 1970, pushed for the Clean Air Act, and supported measures that expanded Social Security and workplace safety. He also enforced desegregation of Southern schools more effectively than some of his predecessors, using federal authority quietly but efficiently. Yet he also courted voters who were angry about social change, a group he called the silent majority. They were not marching in the streets, but they were looking for someone who seemed to resist the chaos of the time. By 1972, Nixon won re-election in a landslide against Democrat George McGovern, carrying 49 out of 50 states. It looked like a moment of triumph, but beneath the surface, cracks were already forming. The event that would destroy his presidency began as something that barely made headlines: a break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate office complex in Washington, D.C. in June 1972. The burglars had ties to Nixon's re-election campaign. At first, the White House denied any connection. But as reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein of the Washington Post followed the money trail, and as the FBI continued its investigation, the story refused to disappear. Nixon's real downfall wasn't the break-in itself, it was the cover-up. Members of his administration lied, paid hush money, and tried to obstruct justice. The scandal deepened through 1973 as congressional hearings uncovered more and more. The existence of a secret White House taping system was revealed, and suddenly the truth was no longer a matter of testimony. It was on tape. The Supreme Court ruled that Nixon had to release the recordings. When they were made public, they confirmed what investigators suspected. Nixon had known about the cover-up and used his power to interfere with the investigation. The evidence was overwhelming. With impeachment looming and his political allies abandoning him, Nixon resigned on August 9, 1974. He became the first and only U.S. president to step down from office. His vice president, Gerald Ford, assumed the presidency and soon made a controversial decision. He granted Nixon a full pardon for any crimes he might have committed while president. Ford said it was necessary to help the nation heal and move on. Many Americans, however, saw it as a betrayal of justice. Nixon himself left Washington in disgrace, his achievements overshadowed by scandal. Yet history doesn't see him in only one light. His foreign policy maneuvers, opening China, arms control with the USSR, and diplomacy through strategy rather than force, left a lasting legacy. But trust in government collapsed in his wake, and the word Watergate became shorthand for corruption and abuse of power. The country that once held the presidency as nearly untouchable now looked at it with suspicion. If the office could fall, anything could. The myth of presidential invincibility had been broken. Gerald Ford did not seek the presidency, and the presidency did not seek him in the usual way. He arrived there by a string of unprecedented events that reshaped the office itself. Before becoming vice president, Ford was the minority leader in the House of Representatives, known for his honesty, steadiness, and mild temperament. He wasn't flashy, didn't crave the spotlight, and didn't scheme for higher office. But after Spiro Agnew resigned the vice presidency in 1973 amid corruption charges, President Nixon tapped Ford as a replacement. Congress confirmed him, making Ford the first vice president not elected to the role. Less than a year later, Nixon resigned, and Ford became the 38th President of the United States on August 9, 1974. His first words as president reflected the mood of the country. Our long national nightmare is over. The American people were exhausted, tired of Watergate, lies, war, and a government they no longer trusted. Ford understood that his first and greatest challenge was to restore credibility to the presidency. He presented himself as a plain-spoken, decent man who would level with the public and govern with transparency. But less than a month into his presidency, he made a decision that would define his legacy. He granted Richard Nixon a full and unconditional pardon for any crimes he might have committed while in office. Ford insisted that the country needed to move on and avoid years of legal battles and media obsession. To him, it was an act of national healing, not political protection. Many Americans, however, saw it as a betrayal. His approval ratings plummeted almost overnight. The very act meant to restore stability instead ignited suspicion and anger. Some believed a secret deal had been made in exchange for Nixon's resignation, although no evidence ever proved it. Ford also inherited the lingering shadow of the Vietnam War. Though U.S. combat troops were no longer on the ground, South Vietnam was collapsing under pressure from the north. In April 1975, Saigon fell. Images of desperate evacuations from the U.S. Embassy rooftop became lasting symbols of a war that ended not in victory, but resignation. Ford requested aid for South Vietnam, but Congress refused. The war was over, and the public had no appetite for re-entry. On the domestic front, Ford faced another battle: the economy. The nation was struggling with stagflation, a painful combination of inflation, economic stagnation, and rising unemployment. Traditional economic strategies weren't working. Ford introduced the WIN campaign, Whip Inflation Now, encouraging citizens to save money and reduce spending voluntarily. He handed out lapel buttons and urged civic responsibility, but the campaign soon became the subject of jokes. It wasn't enough to stop the economic slide. Despite these setbacks, Ford governed with a sense of duty rather than ambition. He used his veto power aggressively to rein in government spending, frustrating a Congress dominated by Democrats. In foreign policy, he continued the policy of détente with the Soviet Union and maintained the diplomatic opening to China initiated by Nixon. In 1975, he signed the Helsinki Accords, an agreement with 34 other nations that recognized post-World War II borders in Europe and promoted human rights principles. Though criticized at the time, the agreement later proved significant, as dissidents in Eastern Europe used its language to challenge Soviet dominance. Ford also survived 2 assassination attempts just weeks apart in 1975, both by women in California. In Sacramento, Lynette "Squeaky" Fromm, a follower of Charles Manson, pointed a gun at him but didn't fire successfully. 17 days later, in San Francisco, Sarah Jane Moore attempted to shoot him but missed. Ford never seemed rattled. He kept moving, kept shaking hands, kept showing up. His calm in the face of danger reinforced his image as steady, if not electric. By 1976, Ford faced a tough re-election campaign. First, he battled Ronald Reagan for the Republican nomination. Reagan represented a rising conservative movement, charismatic and ideological. Ford narrowly defeated him for the nomination, but the party emerged divided. In the general election, he faced Democrat Jimmy Carter, a relative unknown who campaigned as a Washington outsider and moral reformer. Ford performed better than many expected during debates, though he made one damaging mistake when he claimed there was no Soviet domination of Eastern Europe, a slip that raised eyebrows and cost him momentum. The election was close, but Carter won. Ford left office in January 1977, having served 2.5 years. History would treat him more kindly than the moment did. Over time, many Americans came to see Ford as a necessary figure, someone who stepped in not to rise, but to steady a listing ship. The pardon that once haunted him came to be viewed by many historians and former officials as an act that spared the nation prolonged trauma. He didn't transform the country, and he didn't pretend to. He offered calm where there had been chaos. When Ford left Washington, he returned to private life without bitterness. He played golf, joined corporate boards, and wrote his memoirs. He maintained friendships across party lines and lived to see his reputation slowly rehabilitated. He died in 2006 at 93, the longest-living president at the time. Ford's presidency was short, accidental, and often overshadowed by scandal he didn't create. But he held the line. The office needed someone unshaken by drama, and he became that figure. The next president would be another outsider, elected with the promise of restoring faith and decency in government. When Jimmy Carter entered the White House in January 1977, he was unlike any president Americans had seen in generations. He wasn't a war hero like Eisenhower, not a Washington insider like Johnson, not part of a political dynasty like the Kennedys, and not a seasoned national figure like Nixon. He was a peanut farmer, a former naval officer, and a one-term governor from Plains, Georgia, a town so small that some reporters had to look it up on a map. Carter campaigned on the promise of honesty, integrity, and moral leadership. After Watergate and Vietnam, Americans were desperate for someone who seemed sincere. Carter leaned into his outsider status. He walked the inaugural parade route instead of riding in the limousine. He insisted on being called Jimmy instead of James Earl. He wore cardigans on television and told citizens to conserve energy. For many, it was refreshing. A president who talked to them like a neighbor instead of a politician. But the same humble style that won him the presidency soon tested his ability to govern. Washington insiders were wary of him. He distrusted the political establishment and preferred to work with a small circle of advisors from Georgia instead of seasoned national strategists. His refusal to play political games sometimes made him appear principled, and sometimes made him look unprepared. One of his biggest domestic challenges was the energy crisis. America was still reeling from oil shocks and rising fuel prices. Carter called the energy situation the moral equivalent of war. He pushed for energy conservation, alternative fuels, and stricter standards. In a televised address, he urged Americans to turn down their thermostats and reduce consumption. Many people respected the message, but others mocked it as preachy and pessimistic. He installed solar panels on the White House roof, a symbol of his long-term vision, though they'd later be removed by the next administration. Inflation and unemployment also plagued the nation. Prices rose, the dollar weakened, and the economy seemed stuck in a fog. Carter struggled to tame these problems, and his relationship with Congress deteriorated as lawmakers from both parties grew frustrated with his leadership style. He believed in doing what he thought was right, even if it wasn't politically popular, a strength in character, but a weakness in a system built on compromise. Despite domestic turbulence, Carter made major strides in foreign policy. His greatest achievement came in 1978 at Camp David, the presidential retreat in Maryland. There, he brought together Egyptian President Anwar Sadat and Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, two men whose countries had been at war for decades. For 13 tense days, Carter mediated between them, walking wooded trails, holding private talks, and refusing to let negotiations collapse. The result was the Camp David Accords. Egypt recognized Israel, and Israel agreed to return the Sinai Peninsula. It was a landmark peace agreement and earned Sadat and Begin the Nobel Peace Prize. Carter didn't share in the prize, but the achievement became the centerpiece of his presidency. Carter also made human rights a cornerstone of U.S. foreign policy. He criticized dictatorships, even among American allies, and emphasized the moral responsibilities of global leadership. His approach inspired many and angered others, especially during the Cold War, when foreign policy was often shaped more by strategy than principles. But by 1979, the world, and Carter's presidency, shifted dramatically. Trouble began in Iran. The Shah, a longtime U.S. ally, faced a growing revolution led by religious leader Ayatollah Khomeini. Carter allowed the ailing Shah to enter the U.S. for medical treatment, a move that triggered outrage in Iran. On November 4, 1979, Iranian militants stormed the U.S. embassy in Tehran and took 52 American hostages. Night after night, Americans saw the crisis unfold on television. The hostages were paraded blindfolded, and the situation dragged on without resolution. Carter tried diplomacy, then authorized a secret rescue mission called Operation Eagle Claw. It ended in disaster when a sandstorm, mechanical failures, and confusion caused helicopters to crash in the desert, killing 8 American servicemen. The failure was a devastating blow to his presidency. His approval ratings dropped below 30%. At the same time, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. Carter condemned the invasion, cut off grain sales to the USSR, and led a U.S. boycott of the 1980 Summer Olympics in Moscow. But the move seemed symbolic rather than strategic. and critics claimed it did little to change Soviet behavior. On the home front, Americans faced long lines at gas stations, rising prices, and a sense of national decline. In a 1979 speech often called the Malaise speech, even though he never used the word, Carter said the country was suffering from a crisis of confidence. Some applauded his honesty, others saw it as blame-shifting and defeatist. By the 1980 election, Carter was politically weakened. Ted Kennedy challenged him for the Democratic nomination, reflecting divisions within his own party. He won the nomination, but faced Ronald Reagan in the general election. Reagan's optimistic message that America could be strong, prosperous, and confident again contrasted sharply with the struggles of the Carter years. Carter lost in a landslide. Yet the moment he left office, something remarkable happened. On the very day Reagan was inaugurated, the hostages in Iran were released after 444 days in captivity. Carter had spent his final months negotiating quietly, and though Reagan got the timing, Carter's efforts played a role in resolving the crisis. In the years after his presidency, Carter built a legacy few former presidents can match. He founded the Carter Center, worked to combat disease and promote democracy, monitored elections around the world, and helped negotiate peace in multiple regions. He won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2002 for his humanitarian work. He also became known for swinging hammers with Habitat for Humanity, building homes for those in need. History reassessed him not as a failed president, but as a deeply moral man whose post-presidential impact may outshine his time in office. He lived modestly in the same small house in Plains and remained active well into his 90s. His presidency may have been overshadowed by crisis, but his life became a model of service. When Ronald Reagan took the oath of office on January 20, 1981, America felt tired. Inflation was high, unemployment lingered, foreign policy seemed shaky, and the hostage crisis in Iran had haunted the country for more than a year. Yet on the very day he was sworn in, those 52 American hostages were released. Whether by timing, diplomacy, or political message, it set the stage for a presidency built on symbolism, confidence, and timing. Reagan didn't come from the traditional path to the White House. Before politics, he was an actor in Hollywood, starring in films during the 1940s and 1950s. He wasn't the biggest star, but he was dependable, charming, and good with a line. His time as president of the Screen Actors Guild introduced him to labor negotiations, communism debates, and political advocacy. Eventually, he shifted from Democrat to Republican, saying, "I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The party left me." His rise as governor of California in the late 1960s proved he could lead beyond the movie screen. He built a reputation as a strong conservative voice who believed government wasn't the solution, it was the problem. By the time he ran for president in 1980, his message was simple: lower taxes, less government, and renewed American strength. One of his biggest moves in office was Reaganomics, a blend of tax cuts, deregulation, and reduced government spending, at least in theory. He believed cutting taxes, especially for businesses and higher earners, would boost investment, create jobs, and improve the economy. Congress passed a massive tax cut in 1981, slashing the top income tax rate and reducing corporate taxes. At first, the economy dipped into recession, but by 1983 it rebounded with strong growth, declining inflation and increasing employment. Yet Reagan also increased military spending dramatically. He believed the best way to confront the Soviet Union was not through negotiation alone, but through strength so overwhelming that the USSR would be forced to retreat or reform. Defense budgets ballooned, funding new weapon systems and strategic forces. He proposed the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, nicknamed Star Wars, which aimed to create a missile defense shield using futuristic technology. Critics called it unrealistic, but it symbolized Reagan's willingness to think big. His relationship with the Soviet Union became one of the defining arcs of his presidency. Early on, he referred to the USSR as the evil empire, signaling a moral clarity that resonated with many Americans and angered some diplomats. But the world changed when Mikhail Gorbachev rose to power in 1985. Unlike his predecessors, Gorbachev brought reform-minded policies like glasnost and perestroika. Reagan met with him multiple times, and what began as tense summits slowly evolved into the thawing of the Cold War. In 1987, during a visit to West Berlin, Reagan stood at the Brandenburg Gate and delivered one of the most memorable lines of his presidency. "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." At the time, many doubted the wall would ever come down. Yet just 2 years later, that barrier started to crumble, and Soviet influence across Eastern Europe began to dissolve. Reagan didn't end the Cold War alone, but he stood at a pivotal moment in its decline. At home, Reagan projected optimism. His communication skills earned him the nickname the Great Communicator. He spoke with warmth, humor, and simplicity, making even complex issues feel personal. Americans who had felt stuck in a fog of pessimism during the 1970s now heard their president talk about pride and possibility. But his presidency wasn't without controversy. In 1981, he survived an assassination attempt when John Hinckley Jr. shot him outside a Washington hotel. A bullet lodged near his lung, but Reagan recovered quickly. As he was wheeled into surgery, he joked to the doctors, "I hope you're all Republicans." The quip became part of his legend. Another major scandal was the Iran-Contra affair. During his second term, senior officials secretly sold weapons to Iran, which was technically under arms embargo, and used the profits to fund Contra rebels in Nicaragua, a direct violation of congressional limits. When the story broke in 1986, Reagan claimed he had no knowledge of the diversion of funds. Some believed him, others didn't. Several officials were indicted or convicted, and the scandal tarnished his image, though not fatally. Still, Reagan's approval recovered, and by the time he left office in January 1989, he remained widely popular. He handed over the presidency to his vice president, George H.W. Bush, signaling continuity in the conservative movement he helped reinvigorate. His legacy is layered. Supporters credit him with reviving the economy, restoring national confidence, and helping end the Cold War. Critics argue his economic policies widened inequality, cut social programs, and contributed to national debt. Yet even critics acknowledge his political skill and charisma. After leaving office, Reagan gradually stepped back from public life. In 1994, he announced he had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. In a handwritten letter to the American people, he said he was beginning the journey that will lead me into the sunset of my life. It was a rare personal glimpse from a man who had spent decades in the public eye. He died in 2004 at age 93. Reagan's time in office marked the rise of modern conservatism, the reshaping of Cold War strategy, and the rebirth of American confidence. Whether admired or debated, he left a mark that still shapes politics and policy. When George H.W. Bush took the oath of office in January 1989, he stepped into the role with a calm familiarity that set him apart from the kind of bombastic or outsider energy some presidents brought before him. He had spent 8 years as Ronald Reagan's vice president, watching and learning, carrying influence quietly while the spotlight focused on someone else. Where Reagan projected charisma and cinematic flair, Bush brought restraint, subtlety, and a seriousness shaped by war, diplomacy, and decades in government. He didn't need to prove he belonged there. He already had the resume of 3 politicians combined. But America wasn't interested in resumes alone. It wanted results, stability, and strength at a moment when the world was shifting fast. The Cold War, for decades the tense backbone of American foreign policy, was beginning to crack open in ways no one had predicted so quickly. The Soviet Union was faltering under economic pressure and political reform. Eastern European nations were testing the fences around them, and Gorbachev's reforms had loosened the threads holding the old order together. Bush didn't rush to declare victory or spike the football. Instead, he chose caution. A restrained, measured diplomacy meant to avoid humiliating the Soviet Union into desperation. That patience paid off. In November 1989, the Berlin Wall fell, not with bombs or treaties, but through the weight of people demanding freedom. The world watched East and West Berliners climb the wall, tear chunks from it, and cross boundaries that had once been guarded with rifles. Reagan had demanded Gorbachev tear down the wall. Under Bush, the tearing actually happened. Bush would later meet with Gorbachev in Malta in one of the most symbolically important summits of the era. The Cold War didn't end with fireworks or parades. It ended with quiet agreements, evolving trust and restraint from both sides. By 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed into independent republics, and the United States stood alone as the world's primary superpower. For the first time in generations, the American presidency wasn't framed by global bipolar conflict, and Bush was at the helm during that historic turn. Many Americans expected fireworks, speeches, and credit claiming, but his style was different. He believed foreign policy wasn't about ego, but endurance. Then came Iraq. In August 1990, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, believing its oil wealth and strategic location made it ripe for the taking. The move threatened stability in the Middle East and control over global energy markets. For Bush, this wasn't something America could ignore. Instead of charging in alone, he built one of the largest international coalitions since World War II, over 30 nations, including Arab states that had historically distrusted American intervention. This wasn't an impulsive charge. It was a carefully assembled strategy. When diplomacy failed, Operation Desert Storm launched in January 1991 with a massive air campaign followed by a swift ground assault. In just 100 hours of ground combat, Iraqi forces were pushed out of Kuwait. Bush chose not to pursue Saddam into Baghdad, arguing that the mission was to remove Iraq from Kuwait, not topple regimes. Some later criticized him for not eliminating Hussein when the opportunity was there, but at the time it was seen as disciplined leadership and strategic clarity. Back home, though, Bush faced an entirely different kind of battle: the economy. After the boom of the 1980s, the early 1990s brought a recession with rising unemployment and economic unease. Bush had campaigned on the famous words, "Read my lips, no new taxes." It was a line that energized conservatives and helped him win the presidency. But governing isn't campaigning, and when the deficit ballooned, he chose fiscal responsibility over political safety. He struck a deal with Democrats in Congress that included budget cuts and, most controversially, tax increases. It balanced the budget better in the long term, but it fractured his support among the Republican base. Many saw it as a betrayal, and they never forgave him. The decision, while pragmatic and economically sound, became political poison. Bush's approval rating after the Gulf War was sky-high, over 80%, but that number dropped as economic anxieties grew. People didn't feel the foreign policy victories in their daily lives. Factories closed, jobs disappeared, and recession-era frustrations simmered. Into that atmosphere walked a young, energetic governor from Arkansas named Bill Clinton, who compared Bush to a leader out of touch with the struggles of everyday Americans. The 1992 race also featured a surprise wildcard: Ross Perot, a Texas billionaire who ran as an independent and tapped into voter frustration over government spending and economic stagnation. The split in conservative and moderate voters helped Clinton secure victory, making Bush a one-term president, something that hadn't happened since Jimmy Carter. Yet leaving office didn't tarnish his dignity. Bush handled his loss with grace, leaving a handwritten letter for Clinton in the Oval Office that wished him well. "Your success is now our country's success. I am rooting hard for you." It was short, sincere, and set a standard for peaceful transitions that future leaders would look back on. To understand his quiet strength as president, you have to glance back without turning the whole story into biography. Before the Oval Office, Bush was a World War II Navy pilot who was shot down over the Pacific and rescued. He served as a congressman, ambassador to the United Nations, envoy to China, CIA director and vice president. He wasn't flashy. He didn't govern with theatrics. His leadership style came from service, discipline, and restraint, not showmanship. Some historians argue he may be one of the most underrated presidents. He ended the Cold War peacefully, built coalitions instead of acting unilaterally, and navigated one of the most complex geopolitical transitions in modern history. His economic troubles and political missteps cost him re-election, but they didn't erase his contributions. In his post-presidency, Bush remained engaged but never intrusive. He worked with his former rival, Bill Clinton, on disaster relief efforts after tsunamis and hurricanes, creating an iconic statesman partnership that surprised many. Their friendship became a symbol of civility in politics. Two men who once fought for power but later worked side by side for humanitarian causes. His legacy took on new weight when his son, George W. Bush, became the 43rd president. It made them the second father-son presidential pair in American history after John Adams and John Quincy Adams. But their presidencies were different in personality and policy, and George H.W. Bush never tried to overshadow or control his son's path. Bush lived a long life, passing away in 2018 at age 94. In his final years, he used a wheelchair and battled health issues, but he still found moments of lightness, like skydiving at age 90. He requested a funeral focused on humility rather than grandeur. Leaders from around the world attended, not out of obligation, but respect. His life ended the way he had led, quietly dignified, steady, and grounded. His presidency didn't have the cinematic flair of Reagan or the drama of Nixon or Kennedy. It didn't fit into easy slogans. But stability, coalitions, diplomacy, and humility shaped a world where nuclear tension diminished and global cooperation felt possible. He governed in the pause between eras. The Cold War had ended, and the world hadn't yet entered the storm of the 21st century. In that in-between space, his leadership mattered more than many recognized at the time. From the moment Theodore Roosevelt stepped back into private life after his presidency, the country still felt the aftershocks of his presence. He was the kind of figure who didn't just leave office, he echoed. People still quoted him at dinner tables, newspapers still invoked his name when talking about national strength, and politicians still tried to imitate his style without openly admitting it. William Howard Taft, his hand-picked successor and old friend, now held the highest office in the land. But the situation brewing beneath their friendship would soon spiral into one of the most dramatic political fallouts in presidential history. Taft was thoughtful, judicial in temperament, and far less of a showman. He respected the law with the devotion of a monk and preferred carefully weighed decisions over fiery declarations. But Roosevelt had left behind not just big shoes to fill. He'd left behind expectations wrapped in thunder. Reformers expected Taft to carry on Roosevelt's progressive crusade at full gallop. Conservatives in the Republican Party hoped Taft would rein things in. Taft leaned moderate, wanting harmony, but harmony was the last thing American politics was prepared to offer him. The tension escalated almost immediately. Where Roosevelt muscled through problems and challenged monopolies with aggressive confidence, Taft tried to manage them through legal channels, commissions, and procedural caution. Yet ironically, Taft ended up filing more antitrust suits than Roosevelt ever did. Still, Roosevelt's old allies whispered that Taft lacked passion, lacked the willingness to fight the malefactors of great wealth with teeth bared and fists up. Taft wasn't interested in theatrical warfare. He was interested in the letter of the law. That didn't play nearly as well in headlines. The real fracture came with the Bollinger-Pinchot controversy. Richard Ballinger, Taft's Secretary of the Interior, was accused by Gifford Pinchot, Roosevelt's close friend and head of the U.S. Forest Service, of undoing key conservation protections. Instead of rallying around the progressive cause, Taft fired Pinchot for insubordination. Conservationists were stunned. Roosevelt was furious. The man he trusted to maintain his legacy seemed to be undoing it piece by piece in favor of corporate interests, at least in the eyes of those watching. Meanwhile, Congress churned with its own storms. Tariff reform became a dividing line with the Payne-Aldrich Tariff Act, which was supposed to lower rates but ended up packed with loopholes and concessions to powerful industries. Taft defended it, believing compromise was necessary. Progressives saw betrayal. The Republican Party began to split like a tree in a lightning storm, one half clinging to Roosevelt's ardent reforms, the other half embracing corporate alliances and traditional power structures. Taft felt increasingly isolated. Roosevelt, never one to stay quiet for long, began giving speeches again, traveling, stirring up old enthusiasms. People cheered his name with the same intensity as before. His energy returned like a storm front rolling over the plains. He didn't yet say he'd run again, but it hung in the air like the scent before rain. By 1912, that scent became thunder. When Roosevelt declared his candidacy for the presidency, challenging Taft for the Republican nomination, the political world didn't just react. It exploded. A former president running against the sitting president he had mentored. That was unheard of. Roosevelt claimed Taft had drifted into the camp of the stand-patters, abandoning reform and the common citizen. Taft, hurt but resolute, said Roosevelt was acting like a would-be dictator who believed he alone embodied the will of the American people. The Republican National Convention became a battleground of loyalty and fury. Delegates split, accusations flew, and after a bitter contest, Taft won the nomination, but only through the machinery of the party establishment. Roosevelt's supporters claimed fraud and staged a spectacular walkout. They marched out into the streets and formed their own party almost overnight. The Progressive Party, better known by the nickname Roosevelt, embraced with pride. The Bull Moose Party. When asked about his health, he famously said he felt fit as a bull moose, and the press latched onto it with delight. Suddenly, the general election wasn't a two-man race, it was a three-man collision. Taft, the incumbent Republican, Roosevelt, the insurgent progressive, and Woodrow Wilson, the Democratic governor of New Jersey, calm, intellectual, and shrewdly positioned to take advantage of the Republican split. Wilson believed deeply in reform too, though in a way that leaned more academic than Roosevelt's raw charisma. He watched from the sidelines as his opponents tore into each other like brothers turned rivals in front of a roaring crowd. Roosevelt campaigned like a locomotive on fire. Massive rallies, booming speeches, promises of social justice, labor protections, and direct democracy reforms electrified his base. He reached working-class voters, women, though still without the right to vote nationally, reform-minded Republicans, and marginalized farmers hungry for representation. Taft, meanwhile, struggled to inspire the same passion. He spoke of constitutional order, judicial integrity, and balanced governance. But next to Roosevelt's volcanic presence, it felt like comparing a candle to a cannon blast. Then came the most dramatic moment of the campaign, the assassination attempt. Roosevelt, while campaigning in Milwaukee, was shot in the chest by a would-be killer. The bullet tore through his folded speech and lodged in his body. Instead of collapsing, he calmly refused medical attention and proceeded to give an 80-minute speech with blood staining his shirt, beginning with the legendary line, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." The crowd was stunned, awestruck. Even opponents couldn't help but marvel at the iron-willed spectacle. But passion alone couldn't overcome mathematics. With the Republican vote split between Taft and Roosevelt, Wilson cruised to victory with a comfortable electoral margin. Taft finished third in the popular vote, the lowest showing for an incumbent president in American history. Roosevelt came in second, winning more states than Taft, but not enough to challenge Wilson's dominance in the Electoral College. Taft returned to private life, exhausted and wounded by the loss of his friend and the disintegration of their partnership. Roosevelt didn't vanish, but his political power faded. He remained influential, writing, adventuring, and speaking until his death in 1919. Taft, however, found his ultimate calling years later when he became Chief Justice of the United States, the job he'd always wanted more than the presidency. There, he shaped judicial policy with the dignity and thoughtfulness that fit him far better than campaign rallies and political brawls. The election of 1912 became a cautionary tale etched in American political memory. When allies fracture, enemies advance. It was the most significant third-party run in U.S. presidential history and a defining moment that reshaped the Republican Party, progressive politics, and the trajectory of American leadership. Woodrow Wilson now stepped into the White House, carrying his own visions of reform and international influence. But the ghosts of Roosevelt and Taft lingered, reminders of how personalities can collide with history and rearrange it entirely. Woodrow Wilson entered the White House in 1913 with the deliberate calm of a professor stepping into a lecture hall he'd been preparing for his whole life. Where Roosevelt had thundered and Taft had deliberated, Wilson calculated. He was precise in speech, restrained in spirit, and carried himself with the confidence of someone who genuinely believed intellect could solve nearly anything. His rise from academic to president seemed unlikely on paper. A former university president and New Jersey governor who'd entered politics late. But his timing had been impeccable. The Republican split had cleared the runway, and Wilson took off with purpose. From the outset, Wilson imagined his presidency as a moral project. He framed politics not merely as governance, but as stewardship of the soul of the nation. His agenda, known as the New Freedom, aimed to dismantle concentrations of economic power, restore competition, and elevate ordinary citizens. He didn't approach reform with the same brawling flair as Roosevelt, but his legislative achievements would come at a pace and scope that stunned even his supporters. Almost immediately, he pushed Congress into action. The Underwood Tariff Act significantly lowered tariffs for the first time in decades, a major blow to industrial monopolies that had relied on those protective barriers. But the real innovation came tucked within it: the introduction of a federal income tax made possible by the recently ratified 16th Amendment. The government now had a new revenue stream that didn't depend on tariffs and that changed the economic structure of the country permanently. Then came a move that would reshape American finance forever: the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. The American banking system had been chaotic for years, plagued by panics and regional imbalances. Wilson pushed for a centralized system that could stabilize currency, regulate credit, and respond to economic crises. The creation of the Federal Reserve, 12 regional banks overseen by a central board, gave the federal government a direct hand in managing the nation's financial heartbeat. To this day, it remains one of the most consequential pieces of economic legislation in U.S. history. Wilson followed this with a barrage of reforms in 1914. The Clayton Antitrust Act sharpened the government's legal weapons against monopolies, preventing corporate practices that stifled competition. The creation of the Federal Trade Commission provided oversight of unfair business practices and empowered the government against deceptive corporate behavior. Roosevelt had swung the hammer at trusts. Wilson built the legal scaffolding to dismantle them more systematically. Labor won protections under Wilson too. Child labor laws, support for workers' compensation, and efforts to improve working conditions reflected a shift toward recognizing the rights of industrial laborers. Progressives who'd doubted Wilson's commitment began to lean in, realizing that while Roosevelt had charisma, Wilson had follow-through backed by legislative muscle. Yet for all his domestic triumphs, there was a contradiction pulsing beneath the surface. Wilson's views on race were regressive and damaging. His administration oversaw the segregation of federal offices, rolling back progress African Americans had made during Reconstruction. Black civil servants were demoted or dismissed, and segregated bathrooms and workspaces appeared in government buildings for the first time in decades. Wilson claimed it reduced friction, but the reality was institutionalized discrimination under the guise of administrative efficiency. His screening of The Birth of a Nation at the White House, an overtly racist film glorifying the Ku Klux Klan, added a stain on his legacy that history never washed away. While these contradictions grew at home, the world outside America was changing in ways no domestic policy could contain. In 1914, a gunshot in Sarajevo ignited what would become the First World War. As European powers fell into conflict like dominoes, Britain, Germany, France, Austria, Hungary, Russia, the United States watched from across the Atlantic with a mix of concern and determination to stay clear. Wilson declared America neutral, framing the nation as a mediator of peace rather than a participant in bloodshed. But neutrality proved to be a fragile illusion. American businesses and banks supplied Britain and France with materials, ammunition, and loans, while Germany grew increasingly hostile to US trade with its enemies. German U-boats prowled the Atlantic, targeting ships linked to Allied support. The sinking of the Lusitania in 1915, which killed 128 Americans, sent shockwaves through the country. Wilson responded with stern diplomatic notes rather than war cries, determined to keep the nation out of the conflict. His critics accused him of weakness. His supporters called it restraint. Wilson's re-election campaign in 1916 leaned heavily on the slogan, "He kept us out of war." It resonated with a public still wary of foreign entanglements. The race against Republican Charles Evans Hughes was razor-thin, but Wilson won, becoming the first Democratic president since Andrew Jackson to secure a second consecutive term. It was a narrow mandate, but a mandate nonetheless. The illusion of peace, however, shattered quickly. Early in Wilson's second term, Germany resumed unrestricted submarine warfare, gambling that they could cut off Britain before the US could react. Then came the Zimmermann telegram, a secret message in which Germany proposed an alliance with Mexico, urging them to invade the United States in exchange for the return of Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. When British intelligence intercepted and revealed it, American outrage erupted like a powder keg. Wilson, the man who had preached neutrality and moral diplomacy, now stood at the edge of war, but he did not frame it in terms of vengeance or conquest. When he addressed Congress in April 1917 to request a declaration of war, he called it a fight to make the world safe for democracy. It wasn't about empire. It was about principle, or at least that's how he saw it. The United States mobilized with breathtaking speed. Millions of men were drafted, industries were converted to wartime production, and propaganda campaigns rallied public support. The American Expeditionary Forces, led by General John J. Pershing, crossed the Atlantic and reinforced exhausted Allied armies. By 1918, American troops were turning the tide in key battles, and Germany, facing internal collapse and external pressure, sought armistice. But Wilson didn't just want to end the war. He wanted to reshape the world that came after it. Even before the fighting stopped, he unveiled his 14 points, an ambitious blueprint for peace built on open diplomacy, national self-determination, and the creation of a new international organization to prevent future conflicts, the League of Nations. As the war ended in November 1918, Wilson became the first sitting US president to travel to Europe. He arrived not as a conqueror, but as an architect of ideals. Crowds in Paris cheered him like a celebrity. Newspapers across Europe hailed him as the voice of a new world. But while ordinary citizens embraced his vision, the leaders of Britain, France, and Italy had other priorities, chief among them punishing Germany. Wilson fought bitterly during the negotiations of the Treaty of Versailles to protect his principles. He secured the inclusion of the League of Nations in the treaty, but he failed to stop the imposition of heavy reparations and territorial losses on Germany. It was a compromise that satisfied no one completely and planted the seeds of future conflict. Yet Wilson's biggest battle wasn't in Paris. It was waiting for him back home. To enter the League of Nations, the treaty needed approval from the US Senate, and powerful opponents like Senator Henry Cabot Lodge were determined to block it. They feared the League would drag America into foreign wars and infringe on national sovereignty. Wilson refused to accept reservations or compromises. He believed altering the treaty would destroy its soul. He took his case directly to the people, embarking on a grueling cross-country speaking tour. He spoke with passion and conviction, but exhaustion caught up to him. In October 1919, he suffered a massive stroke that left him partially paralyzed and largely hidden from public view. His wife, Edith Wilson, quietly took on a powerful gatekeeping role, controlling access and influence in what some historians call the first female presidency in all but name. In the end, the Senate rejected the treaty. The United States never joined the League of Nations, and Wilson's dream of a new world order limped into history without its most important member. He won the war abroad, but lost the peace at home. As his presidency ended in 1921, Wilson was a frail figure, his once commanding presence reduced by illness and frustration. Yet his impact remained undeniable. He had reshaped domestic policy, led the nation through its first global conflict, and attempted to redefine America's role in the world. The contradictions of his legacy, progress and prejudice, triumph and tragedy, would echo through the decades that followed. The final stretch of Wilson's presidency played out like a man trying to steer a nation with one working hand and a voice that could no longer command the weight it once did. After the stroke in October 1919, he became a shadow with a title, tucked behind the curtains of the White House while the country pretended everything was functioning normally. Cabinet members tiptoed. Congress guessed. Edith Wilson filtered information like a one-woman security wall, deciding which documents made it to her husband and which died on her desk. She insisted she never made decisions herself, only relayed them. But history has a long memory for gatekeepers who rewired power without ever lifting their names into office. It was governance by proxy wrapped in soft denial. Wilson refused to resign, even as his ability to lead evaporated. He couldn't travel, couldn't negotiate with Congress, couldn't even read lengthy documents without exhaustion taking him down. Senators asked to see him, but Edith insisted he needed rest. Some members of Congress suspected he was barely conscious. Others swallowed the fiction because confronting it meant destabilizing the government in the aftermath of a world war. The public got updates only in generalities, while newspapers leaned on optimism they didn't entirely believe. Meanwhile, the League of Nations bled out in the Senate chamber. Wilson's stubborn refusal to accept any reservations or amendments handed his opponents a perfect weapon. Henry Cabot Lodge, the Republican senator who despised Wilson as much as he despised the treaty, knew exactly where to push. Lodge wasn't arguing against the idea of international cooperation. He was arguing that America should never commit to anything that allowed foreign bodies to pull its strings. The Senate rejected the treaty in November 1919, then again in March 1920. Wilson called his opponents destroyers of peace. They called him arrogant, blinded by ego, and incapable of compromise. In the end, neither side bent, and the United States walked away from the League of Nations like a builder abandoning the house he designed. While Wilson withered behind White House walls, the nation shifted beneath him. Inflation and unemployment crept upward. Soldiers returning from Europe found job markets jammed and industries overwhelmed. Race riots erupted in cities like Chicago and Washington, D.C., as tensions that had simmered for years came tearing through the surface. Labor strikes surged across the country in steel mills, coal mines, and factories. Wilson's administration, with him mostly absent and others scrambling to fill the vacuum, responded unevenly and at times harshly. The Red Scare snaked through the country, driven by fear that Bolshevism might leap from Russia into American streets. Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer orchestrated mass arrests and deportations, raiding homes and union halls in the name of security. Civil liberties bent until they nearly snapped. Wilson, once the lecturer-in-chief on democracy and freedom, was in no state to intervene or restrain. The contradiction of a president who preached moral leadership abroad while surveillance and suspicion spread at home sat like a stone on his legacy. By the time the election of 1920 arrived, Wilson was effectively done. His body knew it even if his pride did not. He dreamed of a third term, or at least of handpicking a successor to carry the League of Nations back into the national bloodstream. But the Democratic Party could read the room, and the room wanted something else entirely. They nominated James M. Cox, governor of Ohio, with a young Franklin D. Roosevelt as his running mate. They campaigned on joining the League and continuing Wilson's international vision, but it was like selling poetry to a crowd starving for silence. The Republicans smelled the shift in the wind and sent out Warren G. Harding, another Ohioan who wasn't offering grand visions or crusades. He didn't pretend to heal the world. He promised something people suddenly craved more than ideals: normalcy. It wasn't even a real word until he spoke it, but it hit the country like cool water on a fevered head. After 4 years of war and 2 more of turmoil, voters didn't want to save the planet. They wanted to rest. Harding barely had to campaign. His slogan practically carried him like a stretcher. When the votes came in, it wasn't a defeat. It was a political landslide. Harding crushed Cox with over 60% of the popular vote and dominated the Electoral College. It was the public's not-so-subtle way of saying they were done with Wilsonian intensity. The United States turned its back on international entanglements and stared inward, tired of sacrifice, tired of speeches, tired of war memories still showing up uninvited in kitchens and factories and train stations. Wilson watched the transfer of power from the sidelines of his own house. On March 4, 1921, he sat in a car with Harding, but didn't ride to the Capitol for the inauguration ceremony. He was too weak to walk the distance, too damaged to play the role of statesman in transition. Harding took the oath, smiling and relaxed in a way Wilson hadn't looked in years, and promised the nation not nostrums, but normalcy. The world Wilson had tried to reshape folded itself back into something familiar and less demanding. After leaving office, Wilson didn't retreat from politics in spirit, even if his body forced him into isolation. He moved into a home on S Street in Washington, D.C., where he wrote essays, received a handful of visitors, and brooded over what he saw as a colossal national mistake. He couldn't forgive the Senate. He couldn't forgive the voters. In his mind, they had betrayed not him, but history itself. The League of Nations limped on without American involvement, like a table missing two legs, upright only because no one dared lean on it. Sometimes neighbors would see him driven around the city, frail and wrapped in blankets, Edith beside him, like a sentinel. His voice weakened to the point that dictation was exhausting. The man who'd once addressed Congress with sharp clarity now leaned on silence more than sentences. Edith kept his world contained, loyal to the end, convinced that his ideas would be redeemed even if his country didn't live to see it. He died on February 3rd, 1924, at the age of 67. No dramatic speech, no final rally, just a body that could no longer pretend to follow the will of a mind still arguing with the universe. His funeral was small by presidential standards, quiet and understated, nothing like Roosevelt's raucous legend or Lincoln's national rights. The country had already moved on to Harding's fireside tone and Coolidge's calm, leaving Wilson in a half-light of reverence and fatigue. But history is patient. Over time, people stopped seeing only the man who segregated federal offices or the intellectual who wouldn't compromise. They also saw the architect of modern economic governance, the creator of the Federal Reserve System, the reformer who rewrote the relationship between government and business, and the president who believed, however imperfectly, that ideas could shape peace the way armies shaped war. His dream of collective international security eventually manifested in a different shell. The United Nations, formed after another world war he'd predicted without stopping. His 14 points echoed in the language of diplomacy long after his breath was gone. And even though the League of Nations became a ghost of what it might have been, its bones were used to frame the global structures of the 20th century. By the time Warren G. Harding took the nation's reins, Wilson's era had closed not with applause, but with exhaustion. The United States wasn't rejecting the future, just the speed and strain of chasing it under a man who refused to slow down until his body forced him to. Harding offered the pause. Wilson left the blueprint. If presidencies were judged only in their final months, Wilson would be a cautionary tale. But judged in totality, he remains one of the most complicated figures to ever hold the office. A man who could lead millions across an ocean to fight for peace while denying justice in his own civil departments. He made the world listen to America, even as his own country muted him at the end. His failures were undeniable. So were his fingerprints on the century that followed. Harding would inherit a country weary, fractured, and ready to forget. Wilson left the White House like a storm passing off the coast, destructive in places, brilliant in others, and impossible to ignore once it's gone. The White House, during James Buchanan's administration, felt less like the center of a unified republic and more like the eye of a storm everyone could see coming. While the Capitol buzzed with arguments over territories, slavery, and states' rights, Buchanan maintained a calm exterior that teetered between misplaced faith and stubborn denial. He believed that if he simply upheld the Constitution as he interpreted it, strict, unmoving, and devoid of intervention, the nation would eventually correct itself. The problem was, the nation didn't want to wait. Kansas bled, Southern newspapers hissed threats of secession, and Northern abolitionists grew louder and bolder. Every decision he avoided became fuel for the crisis. Politicians pleaded for leadership, clarity, any sign that the president had a real plan. What they got was a man frozen in legal theory, convinced that history would exonerate his caution. But history wasn't interested in caution. Across the country, people talked in whispers and shouted in town squares. The 1850s were filled with contradictions, technological progress and political regression, westward expansion and social fracture, industrial growth and moral crisis. Every compromise stuffed under the national rug eventually clawed its way back into the light. Buchanan's cabinet fractured over disagreements. and Southern leaders tested how far they could push before the inevitable. He insisted the federal government had no authority to stop states from withdrawing from the Union, arguing that secession was unconstitutional, but that preventing it was also beyond his power. That logic left the nation in a strange limbo, like a doctor diagnosing a fatal disease but refusing to administer treatment for fear of offending the illness. Meanwhile, a relatively unknown lawyer from Illinois named Abraham Lincoln was rising from the background. He didn't hold Buchanan's office or audience, but his words began to stir the conscience of ordinary Americans. His debates with Stephen Douglas echoed across newspapers, challenging the spread of slavery into new territories and exposing the cracks in popular sovereignty. Lincoln wasn't president yet, but his name was entering kitchens, taverns, and convention halls. Buchanan rarely mentioned him, but he couldn't avoid the pressure building around the 1860 election. The Democrats themselves were splitting in two, unable to agree on a platform cohesive enough to stand against the growing Republican voice. The tension had outgrown the old rules of politics. Inside the executive mansion, Buchanan tried to keep alliances alive with careful letters and delicate promises. His years of diplomatic service had trained him in the art of balancing factions, but domestic chaos didn't follow diplomatic etiquette. States like South Carolina watched Washington with a hawk's eye, waiting for any excuse to break away. Northern states began preparing militias. The press mocked Buchanan for doing too little too late, while Southerners accused him of plotting against them if he made the slightest federal gesture. It was a presidency caught in quicksand. Every attempt to stay neutral pulled him deeper into blame. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice Roger B. Taney, handed down the Dred Scott decision during Buchanan's tenure, ruling that African Americans had no rights of citizenship and that Congress couldn't ban slavery in the territories. Buchanan publicly supported the ruling, hoping it would settle the slavery question once and for all. Instead, it inflamed the nation further. Northerners reacted with outrage, Southerners with vindication, and the tension snapped another thread in the fragile national fabric. Buchanan saw it as a constitutional clarification. Everyone else saw it as a provocation. While Washington argued, the fabric of everyday life in America showed the fracture more clearly than any speech or court ruling could. Families split over ideology. Churches divided between abolitionist sermons and pro-slavery theology. Newspapers printed competing realities. Railroads stretched across plains, but human connection withered between neighbors. The westward frontier, once a symbol of opportunity, became a battlefield for political doctrine. Every settlement vote or territorial constitution became a microcosm of national identity. Kansas, once a name on a map, became shorthand for chaos and compromise gone wrong. Buchanan avoided physical conflict during his presidency, but his inaction didn't prevent what was building. When Southern states hinted at secession, he reasoned his way into paralysis. His belief that Congress alone could act left him standing motionless while events demanded resolve. Some historians later argued that no president could have stopped the Civil War by that point. Others claim a stronger leader might have delayed or reshaped it. Regardless, Buchanan's term ended with the Union already fracturing. He prepared to hand the reins to a successor, inheriting a powder keg with the fuse already burning. By the time Abraham Lincoln won the 1860 election, 7 Southern states had declared intentions to leave or were preparing to. Buchanan, still clinging to constitutional restraint, refused to authorize military response, afraid it would push the rest of the South into rebellion. He gave speeches that sounded more like legal opinions than leadership calls. He insisted history would understand him. The country didn't have the luxury of waiting for historical absolution. When Lincoln finally arrived in Washington for his inauguration, the atmosphere was so tense that soldiers lined the procession route, scanning rooftops for snipers. Buchanan greeted him politely, relieved to step aside but unwilling to admit the scale of the disaster unfolding. Lincoln took the oath with a tone far from triumph. He wasn't inheriting a government in transition. He was taking command of a country already at war with itself in spirit, if not yet in open arms. Lincoln's rise wasn't dramatic in a theatrical sense. He was deliberate, reflective, serious. His voice didn't thunder. It resonated in quiet conviction. He didn't posture as a conqueror, but as a caretaker trying to rescue something sacred. His inaugural address balanced firmness with unity, warning against disunion while extending reconciliation. But even as he spoke, the Confederate States were organizing their own government in Montgomery, Alabama. The clock had run out on speeches and polite refusals to interfere. As Buchanan slipped into post-presidential obscurity, Lincoln stepped into the storm. While his predecessor clung to legalism and caution, Lincoln prepared to navigate war, emancipation, and the moral fate of the Republic. What followed would redefine the nation, test its ideals, and carve his legacy into the bedrock of American identity. Lincoln didn't waste time adjusting to the weight of the presidency. The moment he stepped into office, he was already contending with a country splintering at the seams. Federal forts in the South were being seized, supplies were being cut off, and officials loyal to the Union were being pushed out of their posts. Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor became the focal point of crisis. It was small, undermanned, and isolated, yet symbolically massive. Lincoln faced a decision that would define his first days as president: abandon it and appear weak, or resupply it and risk open conflict. He chose a middle route: send provisions, not reinforcements, and make the choice of escalation belong to those threatening secession. The South took the bait. Confederate forces opened fire in April of 1861, and the Civil War, long whispered and threatened, erupted into gunfire and smoke. There was no more pretending unity could be restored through compromise. The North wasn't immediately unified, despite what slogans and statues would imply later. Many in the Union states weren't eager to die for abstract ideals or distant states they'd never seen. Some saw the war as a fight for national preservation, others as a moral reckoning, and many simply as chaos they hoped would end quickly. Lincoln faced a divided public, hesitant lawmakers, and generals still living in the shadows of outdated battle doctrines. He moved quietly but decisively. He called for 75,000 volunteers, triggering 4 more states to secede, including Virginia. The capital itself sat dangerously close to Confederate territory, and the loyalty of border states like Kentucky, Missouri, and Maryland was uncertain. He couldn't afford poetic gestures. His leadership had to be strategic, immediate, and rooted in reality rather than ego. His cabinet was a combustible mix of rivals, each with ambitions and opinions loud enough to drown rational discussion. Instead of fearing that, Lincoln used it. He chose men who challenged him, who had their own followings and influence. William Seward, Salmon Chase, Edward Bates, they weren't his allies when he won the election, but he made them part of his government, forging unity from necessity rather than comfort. They doubted him at first, some thinking they would guide him like a puppet. Over time, they learned he was no ornament. His strength wasn't in bluster, but in patience, clarity, and an uncanny ability to read men. As the war escalated, the human toll became impossible to ignore. Fields became graveyards, and small towns emptied their sons into uniforms that came back in coffins or not at all. Photography, a relatively new technology, captured the aftermath in brutal detail. Bodies sprawled across grass and mud, cannon-wrecked earth, abandoned rifles. It was the first American war people could see with their own eyes without being there. The romanticism of battle evaporated fast. Lincoln absorbed every casualty report like a weight added to his chest, but he didn't retreat into despair. He studied maps late into the night, pressured his generals for action, and when they failed him, replaced them without ceremony. He understood something that many around him didn't. The war wasn't only about preserving borders. It was about defining what the United States actually was. The Constitution had never explicitly addressed secession. The founders hadn't carved instructions for a breakup because they assumed unity was permanent. Now Lincoln had to decide if the Union was a voluntary association or an unbreakable nation. His answer was clear. If a state could leave whenever it disliked an outcome, democracy was a temporary illusion. The Union had to stand, not for domination, but for continuity and principle. Foreign powers watched closely. Britain and France weighed whether to recognize the Confederacy, tempted by cotton and geopolitical influence. Lincoln knew foreign recognition would legitimize secession and potentially destroy the Union's leverage. The Confederacy bet on European dependency on Southern cotton, but miscalculated. Lincoln used diplomacy, naval blockades, and careful messaging to keep Europe neutral. He reminded foreign leaders that the Union opposed rebellion, not self-governance, and that emancipation was emerging as a moral force behind the conflict. Before emancipation became official policy, Lincoln walked a careful line. He couldn't alienate border states still loyal to the Union but reliant on slavery. He introduced the idea slowly, allowing the public to acclimate to the shift in purpose. When he issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation in 1862, it wasn't a sentimental flourish, it was a strategic maneuver. It declared enslaved people in rebelling territories free, turning the war into a fight against slavery and discouraging European support for the Confederacy. It also allowed black men to join the Union Army, swelling troop numbers and redefining the moral landscape of the conflict. While the battlefield raged, Lincoln battled privately with grief. His son Willie died in the White House in 1862, and the loss nearly broke him. He visited the boy's body repeatedly, unable to accept the stillness. His wife Mary struggled with depression and bouts of erratic behavior, and Lincoln bore her pain alongside his own. Yet he never abandoned the war effort. The personal and national crises bled into each other, but he didn't surrender to either. Every year of the war sharpened his resolve. He spoke less like a politician and more like a guardian of an idea. His speeches were brief but carried weight that echoed longer than the applause. The Gettysburg Address, only a couple hundred words long, reframed the war from a territorial crisis into a test of democratic endurance. He didn't shout. He didn't boast. He simply articulated what the nation needed to hear, that the dead had not fallen for geography, but for the unfinished work of freedom and unity. By his second term, he had become something more than a president. He was the spine holding the fractured body of the nation together. The Confederacy weakened under military pressure, shortages, internal dissent, and the relentless push of Union forces under generals like Ulysses S. Grant and William Tecumseh Sherman. The war that many thought would end in weeks dragged through years of blood and mud. But Lincoln didn't waver. He planned not only to win, but to heal. His vision of Reconstruction wasn't vengeance. It was restoration without naivety. As the war neared its end in 1865, Lincoln walked the halls of the White House with exhaustion etched into his features, but also clarity. He spoke of binding wounds, of welcoming the South back without humiliation, of building a country that could rise from horror without repeating it. He saw the future in fragments and intended to piece it together carefully, even if others wanted retribution. But history doesn't always allow its architects to finish their work. The war's final days carried an eerie mix of relief and unfinished tension, like a storm clearing while thunder still growled in the distance. The Confederacy was collapsing from the inside. Supplies were thin, troops were deserting, and leadership was running out of both time and options. Richmond, the Confederate capital, fell in early April 1865, and Lincoln did something no president had done before. He walked the streets of the captured city himself. No parade, no speech, just the quiet presence of a leader stepping into the heart of what had tried to break his country. Formerly enslaved people gathered around him, not with rehearsed celebration, but with raw emotion that made every mile of war carry new meaning. Some knelt at his feet, others wept or simply stared. Lincoln didn't play the role of conqueror. He stood as someone who had carried the weight of 4 years on his bones and finally exhaled. On April 9, 1865, Robert E. Lee surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. The moment wasn't loud or dramatic. Grant, covered in mud and wearing a simple private's coat, accepted the surrender with quiet dignity. Lee, immaculate in his polished uniform, signed the documents that ended the Confederacy's military resistance. Grant allowed Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and promised they wouldn't be prosecuted, setting a tone for reconciliation rather than humiliation. Lincoln, upon hearing the news, didn't celebrate with fireworks or fanfare. He asked that the bands play not triumphant battle songs, but gentle tunes that signaled peace. The country exhaled with him, but the air was still thick with ramifications. Lincoln's thoughts immediately jumped ahead to Reconstruction. He didn't want the South ground into dust, but brought back into the Union with as little bitterness as possible. He believed punishing them would only plant seeds for another rebellion later. In speeches, he spoke of healing with malice toward none, with charity for all, trying to rally the country around restoration instead of retaliation. But not everyone agreed. Some Republicans wanted harsher terms, driven by anger and the sheer cost of the war. Others feared that leniency would resurrect old hierarchies and power structures. Lincoln knew he would have to fight new battles in Congress to implement his vision, but he was prepared. Peace, to him, wasn't the absence of gunfire. It was the deliberate building of a new national identity. He didn't realize that someone else had already decided to end his role in that rebuilding. John Wilkes Booth, a well-known actor and Confederate sympathizer, believed Lincoln was a tyrant who had destroyed the South and overstepped constitutional bounds. He wasn't alone in his hatred, but he was the one who turned it into murder. His plan wasn't just to kill the president. It was to decapitate the Union government in one coordinated strike by targeting the vice president and the Secretary of State as well. He believed this would throw Washington into chaos and give the Confederacy a chance to rise again, even though the war was effectively over. On April 14, 1865, Lincoln attended a play at Ford's Theatre with his wife Mary. He had resisted the idea at first. There was still too much to do. But his advisors insisted he take a rare moment of rest. He sat in a balcony box, unguarded by the tight security that later eras would consider non-negotiable. Booth entered the theatre without obstruction. His fame gave him access ordinary men wouldn't have had. He walked the backstage corridors like he'd done countless times before and approached the president's box with a small pistol and knife. At 10:15 p.m., he fired a single shot into the back of Lincoln's head, then leapt onto the stage, shouting "Sic semper tyrannis," before fleeing on horseback. Lincoln was carried across the street to a boarding house. Doctors did what they could, but the wound was fatal. He never regained consciousness and died in the early hours of April 15th. The news didn't ripple through the nation. It crashed like a tidal wave. People spilled into the streets, some in disbelief, some in uncontrollable grief. Flags were draped in black. Cities held impromptu vigils. The man who had steered the country through its bloodiest trial was gone, at the very moment its healing was supposed to begin. Andrew Johnson, his vice president, was sworn in. Johnson was a Southern Unionist from Tennessee, loyal to the Union, but carrying the mindset of someone who didn't share Lincoln's broader vision of racial equality. The shift in leadership sent a tremor through Washington. Those who had opposed Lincoln's softer approach to Reconstruction saw an opening to reshape the future in their image. Others feared the progress made would unravel without the one man who could unify opposing visions. Lincoln's body went on a funeral train tour from Washington to Springfield, Illinois, retracing in reverse the route he'd taken to the White House 4 years before. Millions lined the tracks and gathered at stops to see the coffin. Some stood silently, others wept openly. Black Americans, now legally free in many states, mourned him as more than a president. They saw him as the man who had broken the legal chains that held them. Not every face in the crowd was mournful. In certain corners, celebrations simmered quietly, but even there, people understood the assassination wouldn't restore the Confederacy. It only rewrote the challenges ahead. Booth was hunted relentlessly. He broke his leg during his theatrical escape and fled south with accomplices, evading capture for days. Union troops eventually tracked him to a barn in Virginia. When he refused to surrender, they set the barn on fire, and he was shot. Even in death, he imagined himself a hero in some twisted narrative that never matched the reality of the nation's response. Other conspirators were arrested and tried, some executed, others imprisoned. But no punishment could undo what had been taken. Lincoln's legacy was immediately mythologized, but also fiercely contested. Some saw him as the savior of the Union, others as a destroyer of states' rights. Some praised his emancipation efforts, while others believed he hadn't gone far enough. But over time, his image settled into something larger than politics. He became a symbol of perseverance, moral clarity, and unwillingness to abandon principle even when the cost was nearly unbearable. His words, preserved in scraps and speeches, lingered far longer than the gunshot meant to silence him. The country entered Reconstruction without his guidance, and the consequences were uneven, often brutal. Freedmen sought land, rights, education, and safety in states that only reluctantly acknowledged their humanity. Laws were written, overturned, twisted, and resisted. Johnson's leadership faltered under conflict with Congress, and the South maneuvered to hold on to as much power as possible through new forms of control. But Lincoln's ideas didn't entirely die with him. For many, his vision of a new birth of freedom became a marker they would fight toward, long after his body returned to the Illinois soil. Even those who didn't admire him in life eventually recognized his impact. He held the country together not through domination, but through a relentless belief that it could and should remain one. He forced the nation to confront the truth of its contradictions. He didn't erase the wounds, but he stopped the bleeding long enough for future generations to try to heal them. Andrew Johnson now sat in a seat that wasn't built for him, tasked with navigating a nation still raw and blood-soaked. The war was over, but the battle for what the Union would become had only entered a new phase. And the absence of the man who might have balanced mercy and justice would shape everything that followed. Andrew Johnson stepped into the presidency not as a celebrated successor, but as a sudden replacement for a fallen giant, and the country could feel the difference immediately. He had been chosen as Lincoln's running mate in 1864, not because he shared Lincoln's broader vision, but as a symbolic bridge to the Unionist Democrats and border state loyalists. A Southern-born man from Tennessee who had stayed with the Union, he projected the image of toughness and plain-spoken resolve. But once the burden of Reconstruction landed on his shoulders, it became clear he was not built to carry Lincoln's unfinished plans with the same balance of conviction and foresight. Johnson inherited a nation still bleeding from war, with 4 million newly freed black Americans whose status, protection, and future had yet to be written into the fabric of law. While Lincoln had intended Reconstruction to be a cautious blend of mercy and transformation, Johnson leaned toward leniency for the Confederates and resistance toward granting full rights to the formerly enslaved. He viewed Reconstruction as a matter of restoring the Union quickly with minimal alteration to the Southern social order, a position that clashed violently with members of his own party who believed the war demanded irreversible change. Even before the dust of Lincoln's assassination settled, Johnson issued proclamations offering generous pardons to former Confederates who pledged loyalty to the Union. Wealthy Southern planters and former Confederate leaders had only to appeal directly to him for forgiveness, and many did so with little shame or reluctance. He returned property, lifted restrictions, and allowed state governments in the South to reconstitute themselves with astonishing speed. In those reconstructed legislatures, many of the same men who had cheered secession and defended slavery found their way back into power as if nothing fundamental had happened. Freedmen, meanwhile, stood on the threshold of freedom with no guaranteed protection. Black codes emerged across Southern states, laws crafted to mimic the control slavery once held. These codes restricted movement, labor, testimony in court, and even the right to rent land or choose employment freely. To many in Congress, it was clear that if Johnson had his way, emancipation would exist on paper while oppression reinvented itself in practice. Republicans in Congress, especially the faction later known as the Radical Republicans, refused to watch the South reconstruct its old power under new terms. Their patience with Johnson unraveled quickly. When the 39th Congress convened in December 1865, they refused to seat Southern representatives elected under Johnson's lenient policies. They established committees to investigate conditions in the South, uncovering widespread violence, exploitation, and legal repression aimed at controlling black citizens. Johnson's message to Congress during this time only widened the divide. He framed Reconstruction as complete and opposed federal intervention, a tone that fueled distrust. By 1866, the clash between Johnson and Congress had escalated into open political warfare. Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, designed to counteract the black codes and grant citizenship and equal protection under the law to all people born in the United States, excluding native nations. Johnson vetoed it, arguing it was an overreach of federal power and unnecessary interference with states' rights. Congress responded with a force that shocked him. They overrode his veto, the first major legislation in U.S. history enacted over a presidential veto. It was a public declaration that they would not allow the executive branch to drag Reconstruction backward. Not long after, the 14th Amendment emerged as the backbone of constitutional change. It guaranteed birthright citizenship and equal protection, and it penalized states that denied the vote to black men by reducing their congressional representation. Johnson opposed the amendment, urging Southern states not to ratify it. His resistance only deepened the divide with Congress, and he began losing influence even among moderate Republicans who had initially hoped to work with him. His attempt to build political support through a national speaking tour, the Swing Around the Circle in 1866, was a disastrous miscalculation. He traveled from city to city, giving impromptu, combative speeches attacking Congress and comparing himself to Christ and Lincoln in self-pitying tones. Crowds heckled him. Newspapers mocked him. What was meant to rally voters instead exposed his temperament and eroded his credibility. In the midterm elections that followed, Republicans won overwhelming majorities in both houses of Congress, effectively stripping Johnson of any real legislative power. Congress moved forward with its own Reconstruction Plan in 1867, known as the Reconstruction Acts. These laws divided the former Confederate states into military districts, required the drafting of new state constitutions recognizing black men's right to vote, and demanded ratification of the 14th Amendment before states could rejoin the Union fully. Johnson vetoed the bills, and Congress overrode him yet again. The military now had authority to enforce civil rights in the South, where local authorities refused. Johnson's pattern of obstruction didn't stop there. Determined to weaken the congressional plan, he targeted officials who supported it, especially Secretary of War Edwin M. Stanton, a holdover from Lincoln's cabinet who cooperated closely with radical Republicans. To prevent Johnson from removing Stanton or other key figures, Congress passed the Tenure of Office Act, requiring Senate approval before a president could dismiss cabinet members. Johnson ignored it. In 1868, he suspended Stanton and appointed a temporary replacement. Stanton refused to leave, barricaded himself in his office, and sent messages to allies in Congress. Johnson's move triggered the crisis that radical Republicans had been waiting for. The House of Representatives launched impeachment proceedings, accusing him of violating the Tenure of Office Act and abusing his power to obstruct Reconstruction. The trial in the Senate was intense, theatrical, and historically unprecedented. As witnesses testified and senators debated in closed sessions, the nation held its breath. Ultimately, the Senate fell just one vote short of the 2/3 needed to convict and remove him from office. Johnson stayed in the White House, but not in power. He limped through the final months of his term with no party backing and no meaningful ability to steer policy. Meanwhile, Reconstruction continued more under Congress's direction than his. Black men voted and held office in southern states for the first time in American history, shaping policies at local and state levels. Schools for freed people were established. Churches became hubs of political organization and mutual aid. There were moments when a different South seemed not only possible, but already forming in real time. But Johnson's presidency had already allowed resistance to root itself deeply. White supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan emerged in the shadows of the South, using terror to intimidate black citizens and white allies. Night riders burned homes, whipped teachers, assassinated officials, and tried to scare voters away from the polls. Congress responded with enforcement acts and military pressure, but the seeds of backlash had been planted and would outlive the term. Johnson sought the Democratic nomination in 1868, but was rejected. His presidency ended in political isolation and national relief at his departure. Ulysses S. Grant, the war hero, whose reputation dwarfed Johnson's, succeeded him and inherited both the hopes and volatility of Reconstruction. Johnson returned to Tennessee, angry but unrepentant. He blamed Congress for the country's division, not his own inaction or obstruction. Years later, he made a surprising return to politics, winning a Senate seat in 1875, the only former president to do so. But his re-entry didn't alter his legacy. History would remember him not as the man who guided the Union through its aftermath, but as the one who nearly derailed freedom's fragile momentum at the most critical junction. The country had survived division on the battlefield, but under Johnson it nearly fractured again in policy and purpose. What followed under Grant would reveal just how much damage had been done, and how much could still be repaired. The election that followed was less a campaign and more a national stress test. Television sets flickered across suburban living rooms, diners, smoky campaign buses, and college lounges as debates transformed into primetime theatre. The American public wasn't looking for poetry or party loyalty anymore. They wanted someone who could steady a ship already battered by economic strain, shifting global alliances, and a population increasingly convinced it was living at the edge of something uncertain. That tension bled into every headline, every town hall, every commercial, promising a version of the future that either rescued or punished the status quo. Inside the campaign war rooms, strategy meetings felt like emergency drills. Advisors circled polling data like wolves, trying to sniff out which message would break through the static. Was the country craving nostalgia or reinvention? Did they want a leader who soothed the panic or one who weaponized it to cut through the fog? Every soundbite was dissected, softened, sharpened, or buried, depending on the hour. What made it especially unpredictable was how rapidly public opinion swings could detonate overnight. A single offhand remark could turn into wildfire or vanish beneath a louder controversy minutes later. Candidates no longer just ran on policy. They navigated a terrain shaped by attention spans, algorithms, and the collective mood swings of millions. As votes were cast and counted, the mood across the nation felt split down the spine. In some towns, neighbors still left casseroles on each other's porches and argued politics with a shrug and a laugh. In others, Thanksgiving tables permanently fractured over campaign yard signs. Yet the machinery of democracy still cranked forward, noisy and imperfect. When the final tally emerged and the new president-elect stepped onto the stage, the applause that followed wasn't entirely celebratory. It carried a note of exhausted relief, a sense that at least the guessing was over and the next round of uncertainty had a name and a face. Once inaugurated, the new administration hit the ground like someone sprinting before tying their shoes. Cabinet selections were made with precision. Technocrats mixed with showmen, negotiators partnered with bulldogs. The motto whispered through the corridors was unmistakable: move fast or get moved aside. The country wasn't waiting, and neither were the crises. Economic recovery efforts had to stretch across income divides as wide as rivers. Diplomatic relationships abroad needed repairing, renegotiation, or the occasional reality check. Domestically, the White House had to walk a tightrope between innovation and reassurance, all while the opposing party sharpened its talking points like knives against stone. Meanwhile, the media machine devoured every development with carnivorous enthusiasm. Cable news panels argued about legislative drafts before the ink dried. Late-night hosts turned executive orders into punchlines and praise in equal measure. Social media timelines could turn a press briefing into a circus or a rallying cry in 3 minutes flat. The administration learned quickly that communication wasn't just an arm of governance. It was survival itself. Silence could be misinterpreted, and clarity could be twisted into noise, so every appearance was calculated, every statement rehearsed like theatre. But what made this presidency feel distinct was how the global stage demanded attention at every turn. International summits weren't just polite gatherings. They were arenas where trade agreements, military alliances, and climate negotiations became episodes in a season with no breaks. Foreign leaders watched closely to see whether America would return to its role as architect of order or continue drifting toward isolation. Their reactions ranged from cautious handshakes to bold propositions, and sometimes veiled threats. The president's task was to navigate those dynamics with a combination of confidence and compromise, all under the watchful eyes of allies and challengers. Back home, generational frustration swelled like weather pressure. Younger voters demanded action that matched the speed of the problems they were inheriting: climate shifts, housing crises, debt burdens, and wages that refused to keep pace with reality. Older generations pushed back with their own set of expectations, shaped by decades of precedent and personal stakes. Town halls would erupt into applause or shouting matches depending on who grabbed the microphone first. Yet, beneath the noise, something undeniable simmered. People were paying attention again, even if it came from a place of fatigue, fear, or desperate hope. The legislative battles that followed played out like a series of cliffhangers. Each bill fought through committees, amendments, and public opinion barrages. Some victories arrived with fireworks, others through quiet arm-twisting behind closed doors. When things stalled, and they inevitably did, blame ricocheted across party lines. But progress, however incremental or messy, still managed to carve itself into law. Infrastructure projects broke ground, healthcare proposals inched forward, technology investments rolled out, and regulatory changes began to ripple through industries long overdue for disruption. Within the West Wing, the pace rarely slowed. Advisors burned through coffee and midnight briefings, trading spreadsheets and scenario maps like battlefield documents. Every week presented a new test masked as a headline: international cyber threats, immigration negotiations, court rulings dropping like anvils, or state governors threatening rebellion over federal directives. Yet amid the chaos, the administration tried to maintain a through line, a narrative of stability in an age of whiplash. Even ceremonial duties carried new weight. Visits to disaster zones weren't just photo ops, they were litmus tests for empathy and coordination. Medal ceremonies and state dinners became symbolic resets for alliances, military morale, or cultural healing. The president learned to shift tones with surgical precision, solemn for remembrance events, commanding for military addresses, conversational for community gatherings. Every handshake and camera flash contributed to the public's evolving sense of whether this leader could truly steer the nation through the decade's turbulence. And through it all, critics never ran out of breath. Opposition lawmakers accused the president of overreach one week and inaction the next. Commentators demanded sweeping decisions while scolding any move that wasn't universally adored. Yet the White House persisted, adapting strategies like a boxer changing stance mid-fight. They knew that in this era of endless commentary, perfection wasn't the expectation. Endurance was. By the midpoint of the term, the country hadn't magically reconciled its fractures, but it hadn't collapsed either. The economy showed signs of life in places written off years prior. Diplomatic relationships evolved from awkward to functional. Legislation brought incremental improvements that citizens could actually feel rather than just hear about. It wasn't a renaissance, but it was momentum. And in the eyes of many voters, that counted for something. Still, underneath the surface, the next election loomed like a storm cloud no one could ignore. Every decision, every speech, every handshake was archived as future ammunition. Allies of the president planned their next wave of messaging, while potential challengers tested slogans in shadow campaigns. Pollsters began circling key states like vultures, anticipating movement. Yet for all the political theatrics, one truth remained. Presidencies are judged as much by atmosphere as by action. This one had stepped into a world already simmering with tension. A nation skeptical but attentive, divided but engaged, cynical yet strangely hopeful that whoever stood at the helm might somehow keep it all from tipping over. And as that second half of the term approached, the country braced itself once more for whatever unpredictable chapter came next. Without interruptions, here it comes. The countdown to the next election didn't begin with a speech or a headline. It crept in quietly, like background static, that slowly got louder until no one could pretend it wasn't there. The president's team knew the rhythm by now, donors circling, pundits speculating, strategists whispering in side rooms about viability, vulnerabilities, and the odds of surviving another National Judgment Day. Even before any official announcement, the country behaved as though the campaign had already begun. Every trip to a swing state drew cameras. Every policy unveiling was dissected not just for impact, but for what it signaled about the administration's pitch for 4 more years. Inside the White House, the line between governance and campaigning blurred into one non-stop operation. Senior staff split into 2 missions, one to continue pushing the administration's agenda through the final stretch of the term, and another to build the narrative for re-election. That meant late nights drafting speeches that sounded presidential without sounding desperate, refining talking points that appealed across factions, and prepping for debates that hadn't even been scheduled yet. Every advisor knew that momentum was fragile. A single misstep could derail not only political survival, but the legacy being built in real time. Meanwhile, the opposition wasn't sleeping. Potential challengers toured early primary states with smiles that concealed fierce ambition, dropping hints in interviews, exploratory committee talk swirling just underneath the surface. Some came armed with fresh rhetoric about unity, others sharpened their knives with critiques of the administration's supposed missteps. They hunted for soft spots, economic metrics that hadn't fully recovered, legislative goals that stalled in committee, international standoffs still unresolved. In politics, perception could eclipse fact in seconds, and the opposition planned to capitalize on that every step of the way. Out in the country, voters reacted with a mix of exhaustion and hunger. People were tired of being whiplashed by the news cycle, but they were also starved for leadership they could believe in without holding their breath. Town halls once again filled with citizens eager to ask blunt questions that didn't care about party lines. Were their jobs secure? Would their kids inherit something livable? Was anyone in charge actually listening? Some audiences demanded sweeping change. Others wanted reassurance that the progress they'd seen wouldn't get ripped up and replaced. The divide was real, but so was the engagement. Media coverage moved into its usual frenzy, but with a fresh twist. Every headline about the administration came with a second headline lurking underneath. What does this mean for the campaign? Journalists dug into voting blocks, tracking suburban trends, rural shifts, and the mysterious pulse of younger generations who spoke less at polls but roared online. Cable panels spent hours reading tea leaves out of approval ratings, foreign policy stances, and offhand remarks made at community centres. Social media commentary spun narratives that travel faster than official press briefings ever could. The president knew the stakes. Public appearances took on a calibrated precision, firm but personable during interviews, steady and composed at international summits, relatable during community visits. Each move sought to remind people not just of what had been done, but of what could still be achieved. Opponents painted those same actions as either overreach or half-measure, depending on the day and the audience. Yet, despite the noise, polls showed something rare in modern politics. A base that hadn't fractured completely, independents still listening, and even skeptics willing to admit that chaos hadn't swallowed the nation whole. Behind closed doors, tension mingled with adrenaline. Veteran campaign hands returned like soldiers reporting for a second tour, armed with spreadsheets, media strategies, and muscle memory from previous wars. New talent brought digital tactics that previous generations couldn't dream of. Fundraising letters were drafted with emotional precision, designed to hit nostalgia, urgency, and idealism all at once. Donor dinners turned into policy negotiation arenas. Volunteers began training for door-knocking campaigns months ahead of schedule. But no re-election effort could ignore the weight of unfinished business. Legislation still sat in limbo. Budgets required negotiation, and global events refused to pause for election season. The administration had to project competence and focus while simultaneously planning rallies, messaging arcs, and grassroots outreach. Every action served two masters: the demands of the office and the demands of survival. Even foreign leaders took note. Some allies positioned themselves early, seeking continuity and partnership. Others hedged their bets, waiting to see if America would maintain its current course or pivot abruptly yet again. International observers watched campaign maneuvering the way meteorologists track storm systems, with fascination, caution, and calculated preparation for impact. At the cultural level, comedians, commentators, musicians and filmmakers began weaving the re-election atmosphere into their craft. Satire sharpened, documentaries stirred, podcasts launched series digging into promises made versus promises kept. The campaign trail wasn't just a political battlefield anymore. It was embedded in entertainment, education and daily conversation, whether people wanted it there or not. As early primaries edged closer on the calendar, energy built like pressure under a tectonic plate. Volunteers organized digital outreach drives. State parties prepped ballot procedures. Super PACs quietly tested messaging in targeted states to see what would stick and what would backfire. The campaign's tech arm monitored engagement metrics with hawk-like focus, tracking the rise and fall of narratives by the hour. Yet, for all the calculation, the heart of the re-election push came down to a single question echoing through every strategy room and kitchen table. Did the country feel more stable, more hopeful, or at least less on edge than before? If the answer drifted toward yes, even cautiously, that could be enough to tilt the election. If not, the challenger waiting in the wings would seize the opening with both hands. And as the first major rally of the re-election cycle approached, lights tested, cameras positioned, crowds gathering, the air thickened with anticipation. The president would step up to the podium not just to recount achievements, but to convince a restless nation that the story wasn't finished yet, and walking away now would mean tearing up a script still unfolding. His rally didn't begin with fireworks or some cinematic swell of music. It began with murmurs, shifting feet, the restless hush of a crowd that had come not just to cheer, but to measure. You could feel the mix in the air, loyalists wearing their belief like armor, skeptics folded at the edges of the event space with arms crossed, and the curious middle who weren't sure whether they were there to be convinced or entertained. The podium stood under calculated lighting, flanked by flags and cameras, feeding a dozen live streams before the first sentence had even been spoken. Campaign aides moved through the crowd like stagehands before an opening act, fixing mic levels, cueing in press, adjusting sightlines so the shots would look intentional instead of improvised. Every camera angle was war room planned. Every backdrop color was tested to evoke urgency without panic, pride without smugness. When the president finally walked on stage, applause rose like a wave with patches of hesitation breaking the surface. But once the sound swelled, the hesitation got buried under volume. There was no time wasted on generic warm-up lines. The speech entered directly into the spine of the message. The unfinished work, the steady ground gained, the warning that regression was just as real a threat as stagnation. Each paragraph aimed at a different listening ear. Progressives who wanted deeper reform, moderates who craved reliability, independents who just wanted someone who didn't sound like a storm. Pollsters had predicted which lines would land and which would risk backlash. The delivery walked the edge between conviction and caution, because modern politics required both to survive. Away from the cameras, the machinery roared louder. Call centers reopened with scripts polished for the new cycle. Donations pinged in through emails and texts, carrying subject lines sharp enough to bypass apathy. In battleground states, field offices were already mapping neighborhoods, dividing volunteers by precinct familiarity. Algorithms studied who clicked, who shared, who ignored. Nothing was left to chance when a handful of counties could decide the entire contest. Opposition campaigns tracked the rally with hawk eyes. Some attacked instantly, pulling clips out of context to score quick outrage points. Others watched with grudging attention, looking for vulnerabilities not in the words, but in the response. Were the cheers long enough? Did applause dip at policy mentions? Was social media reaction divided or dismissive? They weren't studying inspiration. They were studying blood flow, ready to strike where circulation seemed weak. But beneath all the strategy, the psychology of the moment was more fragile than any poll could quantify. Re-election campaigns weren't about introducing a character to the electorate. They were about convincing a nation that the same story they already knew was still worth reading. Incumbents had the burden of proof stitched into every breath. The highs of past victories couldn't erase the lows that critics would resurrect in debate halls and primetime interviews. A president seeking another term wasn't just running on promises, they were running on history, recorded, replayed, dissected, distorted. As the rally ended and the crowd dispersed into a chilly evening, the real campaign moved indoors, to documents, screens and strategy boards littered with timelines and demographic breakdowns. Advisors debated tone for the coming weeks, lean into achievement or lean into contrast, inspire or warn, build consensus or sharpen attack lines. Every answer came with risk. Every risk came with a price in votes, headlines or time. Meanwhile, diplomatic responsibilities carried on as if elections didn't loom like a shadow over every handshake and policy briefing. Foreign leaders fielded American representatives with polite neutrality, unsure whether the promises being made would survive the next calendar year. Negotiations on trade, defense and climate policy all carried the unspoken strain. Continuity was never guaranteed in a system where public opinion could flip the map overnight. In households far from DC, the rally replayed on living room TVs, phones propped on kitchen counters, or clips slid into social media feeds between baby photos and memes. Some viewers nodded with cautious approval. Others scoffed before the first minute ended. Many didn't react at all, letting the words wash past them like distant weather, not yet deciding whether to build shelters or open windows. Late into the night, staff drafted follow-up messaging, clipped high-impact quotes, scheduled interviews, and assessed which moments needed damage control before critics could define them. Opposition teams set alarms for early attacks. Commentators wrote overnight columns with takes polished to go viral just before dawn. The election wasn't tomorrow, but it was everywhere. In inboxes, in timelines, in the eyes of people who pretended not to care, but whispered their opinions to friends anyway. For the president, sleep came late and light. Reflection wasn't a luxury anymore. It was a risk, one that could spiral into doubt if indulged too long. Instead, focus shifted to the next move. The tour across states that swung back and forth like pendulums, the policy rollouts meant to reignite passion, the quiet meetings with community leaders who could shift entire counties with a single endorsement. The coming months would demand stamina many voters never saw and opponents always underestimated. Elections weren't won in speeches alone. They were won in the unseen grind. In cold gyms where volunteers folded flyers, in strategy calls that stretched past midnight, in sit-downs with voters who didn't care about charisma unless it came with receipts. And as dawn crept toward the first official tour stop of the new campaign leg, the re-election effort stepped into its next gear. Not with celebration, but with calculation wrapped in hope, braced for the storm that every second-term bid invites. The transition from campaigning to legacy building didn't come with a clean line or a dramatic declaration. It slipped in quietly, somewhere between the last burst of applause on the trail and the first morning where the president realized that the final stretch of power had already begun. Second terms didn't offer the same adrenaline that came with the first victory. They came with awareness that every decision from here on out would be judged not just as policy, but as history. The clock was louder now, not ticking in seconds, but in milestones. Bills left to pass, alliances left to strengthen, crises left to avoid or contain. Inside the West Wing, the atmosphere shifted. Advisors who once spoke in campaign language now balanced two realities: finishing the work promised to the nation and preparing for the reality that the administration's influence had an expiration date baked into the Constitution. People who had been there since the first inauguration carried a mix of pride and fatigue, their eyes tracing old maps of states they'd once fought to win, while also charting new plans for the final legislative pushes. Those who were new brought a different energy, not tied to old battles, but urgent about new ones. Opposition leaders sensed the shift too. They knew that presidents in their final term often grew bolder, less concerned with re-election, and more willing to take risks that might cement their legacy. So they adjusted strategy accordingly. Block where possible, compromise only when beneficial, and prepare for the next contender who would run on either preserving or undoing whatever this administration accomplished in the endgame. Out in the country, the public's perception of the presidency evolved almost unconsciously. Some voters relaxed slightly, believing that the battle had been won and stability secured for a while longer. Others hardened their stance, convinced that the second term would unleash unchecked agendas. But most people did what they always do, folded presidential politics into the background noise of their daily lives, paying attention in bursts, when scandal struck, when jobs boomed, when foreign headlines interrupted dinner. Internationally, allies recalibrated their expectations. Leaders who had spent years getting comfortable with the administration now began wondering what the next shift in American policy would look like, whether continuity could be assumed or whether they needed contingency plans for relationships that might evaporate with the next election. Diplomatic meetings carried an undercurrent of polite urgency, like conversations held in a room where boxes were already being packed. But power, especially nearing its twilight, has a way of concentrating the mind. The administration returned its focus to long-term projects that couldn't be handled in seasonal spurts. Infrastructure overhauls decades in the making, climate agreements requiring multi-administration commitment, judicial nominations that would outlive everyone in the room. Each move was weighed not just for impact, but for permanence. The president's public tone evolved too. Speeches tilted more toward reflection and foresight rather than campaign promises. When traveling to towns once campaigned in, the tone wasn't, "Here's what we'll do," but "Here's what we must leave behind." The crowds looked different now. Older supporters bringing their children to witness a figure they'd voted for twice. Young audiences who had only come of age politically during this presidency. Critics who showed up not to heckle, but to evaluate. Behind the scenes, the search for a successor began even before anyone admitted it out loud. Party strategists floated names in closed rooms, testing how each potential candidate might carry forward or break from the administration's legacy. Some rising stars were eager to run, others reluctant to inherit a divided nation, and still others circled the opportunity like wolves waiting for the right moment to move. Meanwhile, the opposition wasn't just preparing to challenge the next face of the party. They were already mining the second term for weaknesses they could weaponize in the next campaign. Every misstep, every delayed reform, every compromise with foreign powers was bookmarked for future attack ads. The next presidency would be shaped not only by what came next, but by how these final years were narrated after the fact. Inside the residence, the reality of time showed up in subtler ways. Staffers who had once spoken in future tense now said things like, "before we leave," or "while we still can." Cabinet members who had weathered the first term sometimes chose to step down rather than run the full course, replaced by figures whose task wasn't to build momentum, but to land the plane without breaking the wings. And the president, walking through halls once entered with fresh eyes, began to feel the weight of footsteps that would eventually no longer be theirs to make. Even celebrations took on a different tone. State dinners that once symbolized triumph now felt like commemorations of relationships built over years of negotiation and crisis management. The press, always hungry, began writing retrospectives disguised as current analysis, framing decisions as final chapters rather than continuations. Yet amidst the quiet countdown, there was a clarity that hadn't existed in the early days. Power with an endpoint had a way of sharpening purpose. The president moved through the calendar with a mind tuned to impact over popularity. If a decision risked backlash but promised long-term benefit, it stood a better chance of being made now than during the first run. And while critics remained loud, as they always do, their objections couldn't threaten re-election anymore. Still, the country watched. Some hoped for a final surge of progress, others braced for overreach. But there was a shared understanding, spoken or not. These last years would set the tone for how this presidency would be remembered, taught, praised or criticized. Everything that happened now would live not just in headlines, but in classrooms and documentaries, in debates decades from now, when the names had aged into history and newer voters argued about presidents they never saw in real time. And the president, aware of that fate but not ruled by it, prepared to make the most of whatever time remained, not with spectacle, but with resolve grounded in the knowledge that the end of power is not the end of influence, only the final chance to shape it directly. The final stretch of any presidency doesn't announce itself with drama. It seeps in slowly, through calendar dates and subtle shifts in how people speak around you. The president could feel it in briefings that used to begin with "over the next few years" and now opened with "before the term ends." Time, once elastic, had become a fixed corridor with no side exits. Every meeting, every signature, every negotiation carried the unspoken awareness that this was the last chance to steer the country before handing the wheel to someone else. Ally, opponent, or wild card. Legislative battles took on a different tone. Where once there had been long-term gambles, now there was focus on what could realistically pass before political gravity took over. Lawmakers across the aisle adjusted their posture too. Some, smelling transition, dug in their heels to stall any advancement that might count as a victory for the outgoing president. Others saw opportunity, align with the administration now, and they could claim credit for achievements that would remain long after the next election wiped names off office doors. The Oval Office became less a command center and more a hub of triage, deciding what to push, what to shelve, what to cement, and what to quietly abandon. Advisors who had once strategized for momentum now strategized for permanence. If a policy couldn't survive a change in leadership, it had to at least be embedded deep enough that dismantling it would cost the next administration political capital. But it wasn't all calculation. There was reflection too. The kind that hit hardest not during speeches, but in small, quiet flashes. Walking past portraits of predecessors and wondering how you'd be remembered among them. Glancing out windows one last season and realizing the next time those trees turned, someone else would stand there. History has a way of turning the powerful into temporary guests, and the president knew it. Still, sentimentality couldn't interrupt duty. Crises don't pause for legacy. Storms hit, markets jolted, allies needed reassurance, rivals tested boundaries. The president handled each with the same firmness as before, but the world reacted differently now, measuring not just decisions, but how they would influence whoever came next. Foreign ministers whispered about succession in side rooms. Global markets tilted investments based on political forecasts. Even enemies calibrated their timing, deciding whether to strike now or wait for a possibly weaker successor. At home, the public's attention wavered between gratitude, criticism, and indifference. Some supporters grew nostalgic prematurely, already defending the administration in past tense. Opponents, sensing the horizon, spent less time attacking the president personally and more time shaping the narrative of what these years meant, casting the outgoing leader as hero, villain, or disappointment, depending on what story they wanted to sell next. The media, ever hungry for fresh angles, began publishing retrospective specials while the presidency was still unfolding. And then there were the candidates lining up to inherit the battlefield. Some aligned themselves with the administration's vision, pledging to carry the torch forward. Others positioned themselves as course correctors, promising to fix or undo choices they labeled misguided. The president watched them with the detached clarity of someone who knew that, in the end, no legacy survives untouched by successors. All one could do was build something strong enough that it wouldn't be erased overnight. Meanwhile, inside the residence, personal life and public duty collided in a way only final years allow. Family members began preparing for a return to something like normalcy, a concept that no longer felt familiar. Staff, who had become like family, whispered about futures outside those walls. Security personnel, who had watched children grow and grey hair appear, would soon protect someone else. Even the pets, padding through hallways built for power, would soon be moving out with the only humans they'd known in the most famous house in the country. And yet, for all its emotion, the presidency doesn't let you slow down. Farewell tours had to be planned, but they couldn't look like farewells. International summits had to be attended, not as victory laps, but as final affirmations of commitments made to leaders who might soon look elsewhere for continuity. The president delivered addresses meant to reassure allies and citizens alike that power changes hands without breaking the spine of the nation. As days slipped into their last cycle, departments submitted reports summarizing their progress under the administration. What had been achieved, what had stalled, what remained possible if pushed hard enough in the remaining time. Some of those documents read like victory declarations. Others read like apologies dressed as analysis. All of them formed the scaffolding of a legacy that historians would later dissect with the cruelty or grace of hindsight. Eventually came the meetings with the transition teams, quiet at first, then formal. Not every president enjoys that stage, but the handover is part of the democracy itself. One administration stepping aside without tanks in the streets or defiance in the halls. Briefings were drafted not with triumph, but with practicality. Summaries of foreign tensions, economic indicators, intelligence assessments, unresolved threats. The work didn't care whose name would sign the next executive order. As inauguration approached, the rhythm of the White House shifted into something surreal. Decor came down. Personal belongings were packed. Long-serving staff tried not to show how it felt to escort a family out of the place they'd guarded for years. And still, until the very last day, decisions were made, calls were taken, emergencies were managed. Power remains power until the oath is spoken by the next in line. And when the farewell address came, because tradition demanded it, the president didn't speak only to the supporters who had carried them into office twice. They spoke to the nation that argued over them, doubted them, defended them, misunderstood them, and ultimately survived through their era. They spoke not as a candidate, but as someone who had held the weight of the office and was finally setting it down. No matter how polarizing or praised a presidency had been, the end carried the same truth. The office remains, but the occupant moves on. The helicopter blades would whir, the motorcade would roll, and the country would turn its gaze to the next name on the seal. The legacy wouldn't be sealed in that moment. It would evolve with time, shaped by what followed, judged by citizens not born yet, and debated long after everyone in the administration had returned to private life. But one era had closed, one leader had done their part, and history, relentless and impartial, would decide the rest. N.